This program actually was originally like a mobile. Its mission statement is offering the city of Chicago parks and summer camps with a mobile recording studio. So the idea is different sound artists would have a car given to them by the city of Chicago for the summer. You'd roll around to all the parks that are doing the free summer camps in different districts. And you just would roll up with a table and really cool audio, like a speaker, a bunch of Volca synths, all different types of samplers, and you could teach kids how to make beats. And you just let them do what they want and have a good time and record. And we would usually do some culminating event at the end of the summer. So I got hired for the job, and typical me, right? I'm like always trying how I can insert my video art nerdness onto something that wasn't intended for it, and somehow always getting away with it. I don't know how. But that was me. I got hired for the job, and I was like, well, I'm really more on the side of like video art and doing weird things with video. If I can find a mobile way to bring that to these kids in these camps, could I do that? And they gave me the green light. So I spent a summer with these iPads, going to parks, meeting kids on the south side, on the north side, on the west side of Chicago. Every single like literally every community that exists in Chicago was represented, and I got to show them Glitchy, Union, and Matter. And the thing that is really interesting to me doing this is I could teach, this was a very different environment where I'm teaching like 20 kids at a time, right? Not just one-on-one. So it's different. What's interesting in a setting like that is usually you're going to get one kid out of 20 is going to be impacted by what you do. The rest of the kids, you were just some random person who showed up when they would rather be swimming or eating lunch, and maybe it was just like some fun activity they did, and they're not even going to remember it. It's just like one little blip in a many blips of experience. But you're always going to get, and I found this to be absolutely true, one kid that stands out from the rest who's absolutely fascinated by the tech or the gear or the thing that you're showing them that they've never seen before, and gears are turning, and I really think that's like the one kid who maybe you changed or altered their life path. Maybe they had no idea they had a propensity for graphic design or some kind of art in general, and it's gonna sit with them and linger, and they're gonna see. There was one girl during that summer camp who went deeper into the apps than anyone else did. I always give a kind of preliminary just introduction of what the apps can do, and the kids just usually follow. Okay. I'm just checking in to see if we're live. Anyway, hopefully we are. So anyway, what I was just trying to say was there's usually one kid who really takes what's been given and it does change them. And I just want to say that one of the best moments that I had recently was I taught a screenwriting class to a student, and I've actually been teaching him film studies for 2.5 years now. I met him as a freshman, and now he's a junior, and he kind of looked at me very like, I don't know, he just sort of innocently looked at me during class and said, do you think I'm good enough to go to film school? And I said, absolutely, you are good enough to go to film school. And I said, but what, let's think about what part you're most interested in. And he brainstormed a little bit and he came up with screenwriting. And then I said to him, well, what were you going to go to school for if you weren't going to like pursue a path in film? And he's like, oh, I just always thought that I wasn't good enough to do anything and I would go to trade school. So that was like a really concrete moment for me, where I felt like the work that I had done with him over the last 2 years is actually going to change the course of what he's going to pursue. And that's really amazing. And what I want to just finish up with, this is just going down here. I want to finish up with, I've gotten questions about how do I bring this sort of niche, video art interest and love to the community? How do I reach out to youth more? How do I get it more just out of the little audience and circle that we have and into a more mainstream community where there are young people and stuff? So I guess my answer to that question is I've been, an educator for 15 years. And even before that, I was running workshops to even people when I was in high school. So I've been kind of in education all my life. And so I'm very embedded in that community. So it's very easy for me. It's my world and I know other people in this world. And so it's very easy for me to find ways to bring it into that realm. So the best way that if you aren't an educator and you're not in education, but you love what you do and you have a unique skill set, because there are so many people in the ViddyCon community with expertise in particular fields of video that are way beyond what I even know. Reach out to the educators in your life. Reach out to people who run youth programs. Reach out to the people, maybe you have a sister, an aunt, an uncle, a cousin, a friend that's an educator. Talk to them, and then that can be your in to run a workshop, to do a Zoom lesson, to bring what you have to the table kind of outside of your normal audience. And I'm always happy to talk, collaborate, brainstorm, always. This last slide is me teaching my coworkers how to use virtual reality. This was literally 1 week before shelter in place happened. And now I'm just kind of working virtually. I'm teaching virtually, so I'm learning how to do all this stuff and have it translate in a virtual setting, and finding ways to have students exhibit in a virtual setting. So I'm sorry for the dropouts, and I hope that you got something out of this talk. And thank you, Ed, and thank you everyone who puts this together. It's been such an incredibly exciting weekend, getting to be a part of ViddyCon. I'm so excited for all the talks and performances to come. I want to thank Voltron for being my one in-person audience member. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys. I am good to go.
Helps when you have a microphone volume up, hey? Oh, all that talking. All that talking. All right, let's try that again. Well, Nicole and getting ready over there. Ah, boy, we had an outage. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being patient while I talk at you with the microphone off. Silly, silly man. Had a panic moment there earlier with an outage. So basically, we had an outage. Luckily, I was able to restart everything. Thank you so much. This is all, you know, beautiful volunteer-run stuff. So thank you. If you want to support us, you can buy shirts. You can donate at the links below. The shirts have custom art created by the community. Speaking of the community, you can go to chat.scanlines.xyz. As well as what we have here. The chat is hosted across the Scanlines, and the next speaker is very beloved in the Scanlines community. They do live streams all the time. They do giveaways of wonderful prizes, and they do some amazing art using physical objects in combination with video synthesis, looking at lenses, crystals, all kinds of wonderful things, mirrors, and they're going to create some stuff here together. Very exciting. All right, well, I will switch to them when I get a thumbs up. In the meantime, thank you for your patience. Really appreciate it. Having a lot of fun with a stacked lineup here of amazing artists. Sarah had an incredible performance. So, performance talk. It's so wonderful to see the support creating in the community. All right. Team party time. Yes. All right, awesome.
I can hear myself. I don't know if you can
that like come through.
Ah!
All right. Oh, wait. There, maybe.
Hello? Can you hear us?
It seems like I don't know if I should try to take this guy
Is
out.
anybody saying anything in the chat?
There we go.
Okay, all right.
Maybe. Ah! Ah!
Alright.
Yeah, I think we must have had a cable issue.
Okay, sorry, we had a cable issue there. Anyway, I'm Nicole Pashon. We're gonna try this again.
It seems like...
We
Yeah.
still good? Okay. All right, so anyway, I'm going to show you some of the physical materials that we will be using throughout this time. I've got a lot of dichroic. I've got some dichroic cubes, just some prisms. We have a lot of stuff that we've actually made from dichroic. So as you can see, we've got a lot of nice, cool colors going on there. I'll also be using a double convex lens. I've got different light sources that I'll be using, flashlights of different brightnesses, because sometimes we can get a little too blown out. Lots and lots of mirrors. I have some small circular mirrors. What I'm going to have to turn the camera to show you guys is that this whole area here is enclosed in mirrors. So we've got a mirror overhead, I've got a makeup mirror that I'll be moving around, and a mirror right in front of me. So we'll get a lot of interesting things going on with that. I also have some photo negatives that I'll be using. Obviously you're not going to be able to see those too well right now, but I'll be using that with one thing that I have that is actually down below me, and I'll see if I can show you guys this. I actually have a TV down here that just produces static. So that will be used with those negatives to give nice backlighting to those. And I also have a plasma ball, which is fun to use. And as you can see on my cart over here, I've got some other dichroic pieces just kind of around and about on there. So I believe that is all of my stuff. The camera that I'm using right now is actually a document camera, so that I can manipulate it very easily. It's a lot easier than using like a DSLR, because it has a nice arm on it, and I can put it down over my table, up at the mirror, shining down, all kinds of different things to get that going. So here's Paul.
Hi. So, let's see, make sure we don't unplug this. We have not tried this, so let's see. Oh boy. So this is the synth setup area. It looks bigger than the patch that we are currently using. Honestly, it is mostly just a visual cortex, memory palace, and a structure. And then there's some like mixer feedback going on with the V440. I am not going to be doing a ton. I'm going to give that back to you so I don't drop it. I'm not going to be doing a ton of synthesis in it. I'm not going to be going super crazy in this one. Not using a bunch of modules. We're really trying to focus on the physical aspects of things and just trying to build on top of that.
So the first thing that we are going to be using is, this is actually a pottery banding wheel, so that I can get some spinning going on. And I actually have my fidget spinner. We work with children, so when fidget spinners were popular, I had to get one for myself. So we are going to start with this, doing some spinning in opposite directions that gives some really interesting movement. I've also got some of our paper marbling pieces that we'll be using on this as well. And I also will be using some of my mirrors with a faceted lens on top, and this will look better once we turn off the lights, but just using that over top, some fairy lights over top of that, spinning that around, getting some interesting effects. And then I also have a dichroic cube. You put that on top of the mirror, and with lighting it from the side, you'll end up seeing that that gives a really crazy effect once we get going. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit of this, and then we'll move on to our next kind of piece. So for now, I am going to start with this.
Alright, so we're going to do that. We're not currently watching the stream, so this might be like dirty business. We'll see. Alright. So, when rotating on a rotation, the one thing that you really want to do is rotate some more. Oh yeah, there we go. Start to get in some real... Okay, lights are off.
It's getting serious now.
Stream looks great. Oh, perfect. I love to hear
Yay!
that. So we're going to let that spin for a second. Alright, make sure that's working. Alright, so we like this. The spinning and spinning and spinning is awfully fun.
Not if you spin too fast.
But sometimes it is dangerous. Ah!
Okay, keep it on.
That is exactly why we've separated our stations.
Don't want flying metal objects near the system.
So we're just doing a little bit of spinning and spinning. Now, on the structure, we have a fairly simple slit scanning patch going on with a little bit of feedback. That's pretty much going to run throughout this whole... it'll probably run on this patch for like the whole thing. I really like slit scanning on physical objects, especially with movement, because it helps really temporally displace things.
To answer your question, the blue disc is a banding wheel for pottery.
Alright, so coming back into here, we'll put those with each other a little bit. Alright. Yeah. So, next thing, what you adding in? Yeah, we're going to get that paper marbling going. Stop the spinning. And let's pull in a shape. Alright, so we've got some paper marbling spinning. Paper marbling is, of course, a very fun thing to do. And if you run kids camps or have after-school programs with kids, you are probably familiar with paper marbling because it is something that they really enjoy doing. So that's why we have a surplus of it. And we're doing a little bit memory palace feedback going on here. We like this. Trying to keep the colors very much the same. The slit scanning is the erogenous tone structure. I know Andre is working on a slit scan thing. You can also do slit scanning and scrawl, which is something I'd probably show off later. But there are a couple different ways to do slit scanning right now. Alright, so let's do a little bit of X and Y with this, because X and Y with spinning and the paper marbling stuff, I think just looks really fun. Yeah. I'm gonna let that set for just, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do piano during it.
Maybe once we get to a different part.
Yeah, once we get to the end part. We had pre-recorded this, and there was piano playing during all of this stuff. There was music. It was all kinds of greatness. We'll have to upload that later.
The biggest thing that we're trying to point out with all of this is that if you create something that is visually interesting before you even start processing it, you can create a much simpler patch and end up with something that is super complex looking with just a very, very basic patch. Let me pull this up a little bit. This is that dichroic cube on top of the mirror. And I'm going to be using the faceted lens that I showed you.
Do a little slit scanning on this. Look at that faceted lens. There we go. Oh, that gets into some fun stuff. Let's bring our shape in. Maybe bring a little bit of wave pool in. So wave pool is sitting after structure. Oh no, we don't want it like that. We want it like this. Wave pool is set up after structure right now. Structure is getting the output of Memory Palace. So if we turn wave pool all the way off, we're just seeing structure, turn it on, and then we get some fun stuff. Turn the delay up a little bit here. So slit scanning plus a video delay, or going into a video delay with a little bit of rotation, brings this really fun kind of like drawing thing that we're seeing here. And then I'm overlaying the, there we go, overlaying the other feed on top of that. All right, so take that out, come back over, let's do that. Turn this on. All right, so what have you got going on there?
This is just some fairy lights over top of the faceted lens that's sitting on top of the mirror.
All right, so we got a little picture-in-picture with the wave pool. Oh, I'm sorry, wave pool and structure. This one needs a little bit of color, maybe. Oh, bring that out. There we go. Cut into that a little bit. Alright, so getting some of this stuff going. Let's move you. Turn that down. Alright, what are you thinking?
I think we can move on to the next bit.
Yeah. Fairy lights are definitely super helpful to have in this kind of setup.
Definitely. Alright, I'm going to turn on a light so you're not left in the dark.
That on.
Alright, the next thing that I'm going to be using is that TV that I talked about. Bring this over here. Bring this in a little bit. Turn that light off. Alright, so with this setup, what we're going to do is I'm actually, there's a built-in filter in our actual document camera. So I'm just going to flip on the negative filter for that so that you guys can see the negatives how they should actually appear. So I've got a bunch of different interesting images that were given to us by a friend, and I'm trying to find the right one. There we go. Okay, so let me flip around a little bit. Alright, so as you can see, you get this interesting noise going on an image. One of the coolest things that I discovered over top of the static television is using this double convex lens. Get a lot of crazy movement from it picking up those small bits of static that happens. And if you look closely at this, I don't know if you guys can see this, but it looks like the girl is moving to us when we show it like that. It's pretty strange, kind of a really strange effect on that. Another cool thing that we like to do with this is actually using those dichroic cubes again on top of it. They produce a lot of interesting color when you just set them on top of the screen, and use that with the faceted lens as well, and you get those colors splitting into multiple pieces with the noise in the background. So I think we're going to start with the negatives and kind of play with that for a little bit and see what we can get.
All right, let's get her working here. Record a little section on here. So we're going to record something with Escher Sketch. I need to turn that colorization down on this. We want it black and white. Just recording a little bit of movement here.
We may be wizards. Potentially.
Alright, so we're going to go ahead and loop that Escher Sketch, slow it down, smooth it out. Alright, let that move a little bit. Let's introduce that threshold modulation again because, God, it's fun.
As you can see, the girl is pretty much reduced to dots. That is no processing. That is just the lens doing that with the static and how it reacts with the camera. Let's try a different lady. Let's try my favorite one that makes me laugh hysterically every time I do it. All right.
Turn that color down.
So we've got this nice lady that we don't know. But we've also got this lady that might be the same lady with the same head tilt. Fun thing to do is put her face over the other face and then you get tiny lady face. Hold up. I gotta get the right angle. There we go. Look at her. Look at her little face. It's my favorite thing. She looks so dumb. Oh no, it's slid. Wait.
Turn that smoothing down.
Alright, wait. Alright, so now let's check out Tiny Face. Let's see where she's at. There she is.
There she is.
Look at her. She's beautiful.
We found her.
I love her. She's my best friend. Stacking negatives, always interesting.
Oh yes.
So then the more I distance myself, the more noise I get with that lens. As you can see, we get a lot of strange behaviors.
Starts to introduce some color.
Yeah, definitely.
We definitely see the the frame rate, like us not being synced with that TV, which is kind of a nice thing in there. Interesting.
All right, so Tiny Lady Face, she's going away.
Tiny lady.
One thing that we found interesting is one of our negatives has a really orange hue to it, and when you bring it up close, the static turns orange.
Does it?
It does. You can't see that?
It does.
Just a strange thing that happens there.
Which, I can admit, maybe for the video synthesis crew to see, some an orange colorization may not be super amazing, but that's just coming from...
Yeah, just naturally. It's
just
not,
from
no
picture.
Processing, just a picture.
Get that modulation back in there.
Get this cowboy going. Woo, 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 woo. Yeehaw.
What's his name?
His name, what is it? Our best wishes to our friend Joe. So I guess this might be Joe with the fake mustache.
Could be.
And maybe this is like his caricature? I don't know. We may never know. We can only make up stories about the pictures that we have because we don't know where they came from.
But the guy's moving to Texas, right?
Yeah, I think he's moving to Texas, and it says something about a snake pit. I don't know. Rattlesnake pit. And then just because I have to, beep beep, vroom vroom.
Oh wait, we gotta stop the spinning for that.
Oh, so yeah.
Turn off the modulation.
Yeah.
We gotta
We gotta
spotlight that.
We gotta get the color.
Circle it. Get out of paint mode. Let's get into that warp mode so that bring that down. Vroom, vroom. Wait, we need to draw it to with the ushers. Turn the loop off. Vroom, 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 vroom.
We gotta turn it. Okay, this is getting too ridiculous. All right, we gotta move on. We're getting too ridiculous. All right, so let's. It was pretty good, but we can't just play with cars all day. The chat is probably like, what's wrong with these people? Alright, so we got some dichroic on there, that faceted lens. Let's get some weird colors going. Oh, gotta switch off a negative mode. I mean, we don't have to, but might as well.
Get them colors in now.
Get the real colors.
Cool. Let's do some mirroring for this, because fingers and mirroring are always good fun. Even if you can't see them. You can still tell they're there, like little spider legs creeping around the edges. Let's boost that saturation up a little bit. Bring some color in.
Oh yeah, I was gonna play with one of my dichroic pyramids that I have too over this. It definitely makes for more fun in the mixing of colors.
That out. Yeah. Let's pull these out and do tile reflection. Bring in some stuff like that. All right. That is the dichroics on the TV. Turn those off. Get that going again. Put these in.
All right.
So, you ready to move on?
I think so. So that's our lovely static television that is a lot of fun to play with. Cool discoveries that happened with all of that. I guess I could turn this so you can see me while I'm trying to like get stuff ready, maybe.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oops, I passed myself. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, I'm upside down. Cool. So right now I'm putting the TV away and I'm going to pull out my plasma ball. I'm going to actually set this up with my mirror so that we can get a little bit of feedback. So bear with me while I get this kind of set up.
One of the nice things about this particular Australian stream, wow. One of the nice things about this kind of document cam is it does have a rotate, which is just a 180 degree rotate button on the actual camera.
Wrong button.
Ah, it's a filter.
There it is.
Cool. So
We're up a little hot. There we go. Now we're getting there.
pause that. Cool. That's what we want.
Yeah, so as you can see, we're feeding back using the mirror and pointing it back at the television, so, or my monitor specifically. So this one is more of a patch that Paul plays with. This one stays pretty standard on my end.
Alright, so bring in a shape. little bit of mirroring. Bring in some rotation. Yeah, just about something like that. Looks nice. What's ours? Okay, so we got some feedback going over here, and structure is what we want. Yeah, we like this. Do that feedback. So let's bring in that feedback. There we go. Over the top of itself. Yep. Get them colors going. Bring that. Alright, get that feedback. But let's do this instead. No, that's not it. It's that. There we go. Alright, so let's do some picture-in-picture feedback. Then key it with the original image, and then key that with our other one. Cool. And turn that loop back on. Playback speed all the way down. So really, like I said before, this I think I forgot to include Doorway, but the only LZX stuff we've really been using for this is Visual Cortex, Doorway, Escher Sketch, Memory Palace, Prismatic Rays shown up a couple times. It's not LZX, but the structure's up here, and I am using the Pulp Logic comparators and a couple just like passive switches in order to do the shape making, which is pretty much all that's been happening, is just making shapes in either warp mode or paint mode on Memory Palace, and then different combinations of those things. Oof, I like this. Yowza. Oops. Alright, so let's boost this a little bit. That in there. So, okay. This. Alright, so there's that picture-in-picture feedback kind of showing up on top right now for a second. And there she is again. Picture-in-picture feedback is just so much fun, especially when you're keying with it. Get that kind of tunnel stuff going on. Switch back over, and we have this. Oh my gosh, it looks so cool.
Yeah, it looks great. This is better than the stuff we recorded earlier. So.
Yeah, I think so. It just doesn't have piano playing underneath of it.
Just no piano playing underneath.
This is like looping. I'll play piano for just a second, just for fun. FPM for now. So are we good on the laser dazer?
Yeah, we're good on the plasma ball.
All right.
500,000 plasma balls in a mirror. There you go.
Howdy. Put you back.
I'm back.
Bringing you in here. Oh.
All right. So the next thing that I have to get set up is playing with a lot more of the dichroic that I showed you guys at the beginning. I have to grab some stuff to kind of get it together. All right, so get this box in the middle. Put the mirror up next to that. I've got just a pad of black paper that I'm going to set down for my base so that you can see more of the colors on that. Let me shine this back at that so I can see what I'm doing. And I'll adjust as I go. So first I'm just going to set up some of the dichroic cubes on this space.
Can I get this any lighter?
I have my exposure turned down from that last
bring it
thing.
up a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm going to
Cool.
have this off
Great.
too. This light will be off and this will be the one that's on.
All right, yeah.
Is that bright enough?
Yes, that will work.
Alright, so as you can see, all of this dichroic shines in multiple different directions. They are X cubes, so let me move some of these over so you guys can see a little bit better. As you can see, we get the 4 different colors happening off of that. It's kind of hard to see from the angle that we're at. But when you put them all around each other, they shine through each other and break off into all of those different color patterns. So, oops,
All right, flipping us.
zooming in a little bit.
Let's see the big prism. Here we go.
See if I can see what I'm doing here. So as you can see, we're kind of getting more of that like infinity mirror effect going on just by tilting some of the mirrors. So we can also add in some other pieces to this as well. There's that's just a little piece of dichroic film to break things up a little bit more. Let's try one of our bigger pieces and see what that does. Our big cubes.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we made that cube.
Yeah, that cube is one that you put together. It's just, I think this is what the like 4x4 squares that have a beveled edge.
Yeah.
And then they have the dichroic film on the inside, I believe. I don't know if we're bright enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna boost the contrast
Let
here.
me see if I can get my exposure up a little bit too. Maybe. Is that a little bit better?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's just, this is a dark portion of it. Okay.
So,
And some of these.
the other thing that we can do too is tip up and just show how these look from above. Oops, a little too far.
Yeah. All right.
So let me take this back out again because we're not getting a whole lot of color off that.
No, not really. No.
Alright. try to keep the flashlight on this as I try to grab another piece with one hand. Alright. Let's pull this one back down because this one's fun to look at a million times. There we go. This is just small dichroic sticks of glass stuck into a piece of foam.
Foam is definitely really nice to kind of play around with the dichroic glass, as opposed to just glass that you make with and that you adhere dichroic film to. Dichroic glass is much more expensive. Dichroic film is very cheap, and it is much better to actually like see if you like the way things sit together than having to really like buy into that and then decide you don't like it later. Bring these in. Bring in some more color. And I think we'll do paint. All right.
Alright, so I'm gonna try to pull another piece in here. Without breaking anything. Alright. Let's see one of our big triangles. What we can do with that.
Somebody said we needed some lasers.
Oh, okay.
We're not really going to get around to the laser stuff that we do today, but we do have like a laser pointer. It's not showing up on here because I'm doing dumb stuff.
I mean, I can point a laser through it.
It was looking cool from back here.
There we go. There's your laser. Woo!
There we go. Now it looks red. Bring that down. Alright, so we're going to take...
Alright, I gotta get this. Okey-doke.
Alright.
Might as well just throw that faceted lens in front of it and see what we can get. There we go.
All right. Cool. That's doing some neat stuff. I need to make this bigger so we can see it. Yeah. Alright, so now we're kind of painting. Let's get that color eyes on. Let it sort of cycle around. And shape down. Whoa. Hey, that's what structure's doing. That's what structure's doing. the wave pool going here. Let's bring that delay time down.
That's the noise that delays make.
Not just the wave pool.
Oh, just the wave pool.
All right, back to the paint. Nah.
Nah, not gonna do that. Never mind.
All right, let's do them both.
All right, wait. Okay. Oh, my leg is asleep. Oh no! Trying to wake up my leg. Woo. Yeah, lots of interesting colors that you, especially with the dichroic and using the faceted lens. Anywhere you move that, either the flashlight or the lens, you're gonna end up with producing different colors that are reflecting off of that dichroic.
It's very cool. I wonder
Woo.
if we can just do the whole piece in front of the camera.
Sure, let's try that. Let me clear some stuff out really quick. So
All right, so
we're gonna be kind of dark for a second. I guess I could just turn this on and show you what's going on. Bah. All right, let me get this out of the way before I break it.
Oh, there we are. Still with a little bit
right.
of structure in the background.
All right, these are just a bunch of pieces of dichroic. They're
Jeez,
in
Louise, dude.
varying transparencies, and
Does this need to come back?
no, I don't think so,
Oh, okay.
unless you want it to.
I mean, can we do it like at the camera? Because like looking at it.
Maybe like straight through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that.
Yeah, and getting the camera like down and kind of like looking up through it. Because looking into that like dichroic maze is really where the
There you
magic is
go.
at.
So I'm gonna turn off this front light then and probably shine my light through it.
Yeah, the dichroic stuff is so much fun.
Actually, I'm gonna need a brighter light than that, I think.
Let's turn that off so we're just looking at this. You alright?
Yeah, it scared me. I knocked over a flashlight. Startled me.
Oh yeah.
So definitely seeing the reflection in this of the TV too. So it's causing some interesting stuff to happen.
Let's turn on some mirroring. Because this is the kind of stuff that's really fun for mirroring. Because it's already doing so much. Oh yes. Where's... Okay. And the split scanning version of this looks very nice. Let's put a little bit more feedback in there. Bring in some wave pool. Let's... You know what? That's not going to work. Love this juicy kind of color feedback stuff. It's great. What time are we at?
356.
Oh, good God, we gotta like go. We're just like doing this all day, I guess. About ready to just like keep going.
Yeah, I think we're about out of time.
Is there anything else that we wanted to like?
I think we covered just about everything. It's just that big point of, you create visual art before putting it into your system, you're gonna come up with super complex things.
Wow.
And the light.
The dichroic.
Oh, you want that out? Okay. Yeah, you're gonna end up with some really interesting stuff happening as far as your patches, and they can be super simple and end up with some wild and crazy wizard-like things, I guess. We're wizards.
Let's see. Can we bring that banding wheel back with
Sure.
the paper marbling? Because I would like to go out with some structure, as I believe the next talk is about structure. Feel like that would make some sense. And the paper marbling stuff is really my favorite. Oh, that's a lot, Cam.
Do what?
What are you doing?
Oh, I was just getting the banding wheel back. I need space.
Oh, they're saying. Ah. Okay, so we do have a little bit more time. They're planning on starting at 4:15.
Oh.
Since we got a little bit late.
Okay, well we can play with the banding wheel a little bit more. We also could throw that marble piece on.
Oh yeah, let's do the. Oh yeah.
Let me turn on the...
Yeah, let's do the structure real quick, and then that marble, because that stuff's cool.
Alright, so let me bring down the brightness on this a little bit. We're too low. Too hot! Too hot!
All right, so really just want to get back and do some simple mirroring on the banding wheel with paper marbling. It just looks so nice. I absolutely love it. Bring it back to its original color. Can you do a little bit more slow?
Sure.
And then let's turn a spin on.
Are we
Alright.
going in opposite directions?
I think so. Let's see. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
This is like one of my favorite things right here. Spinning on the memory palace in the opposite direction that the banding wheel is spinning, so you just get this like mind distortion. Absolutely love this. The XY stuff, absolutely love it with the banding wheel and some kind of really cool drawing, whether it's ink stuff, whatever. All right, so let's switch up to get that going. Let's do that.
Marble?
Marble. So this is a marble thing. We used UV glue, I believe, to put it together. Just some sticky tack and time, and it doesn't give off a whole lot of light when you put stuff through it. There's some cool stuff that goes on, but it looks really nice and it's very shiny. So, something that is really fun that we haven't done at all this whole time is switching the aux mode over to mesh. Oops. Maybe take that out. I forget. Oh boy. Okay, there we are. We're back. Where is it at? Why? This one? Not seeming to get what I was hoping for. I haven't done this as much. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is it. Yeah. Alright, bring this way down. Slow our oscillator down. So this is a prismatic ray going into the aux input of Memory Palace. Let's bring it down. Bring it kind of back into frame here because we're kind of off. Alright, so the mesh mode, so that we are doing some like vertex displacement sort of stuff. And just really slow undulations brought on with the prismatic ray, simple banding wheel, and this marble construction. I feel like this was a really, really fun look. Let's see if we can bring that back. I don't know that we can. Oops. Alright, so anything else we want to do?
I do have these pieces too.
Oh
that we
yeah,
have.
those gel pieces.
This is just a PVA glue with inks. It's a little bright. Let me see if I can bring down that. Yeah, it's all right, I guess.
That cable must not be very good. We're going to take it out. Do some mesh displacement stuff.
Let me bring on the regular lights, because this kind of stuff will start with our normal lights, I think.
All right.
I'll kill that.
So just got some mesh displacement going on with that shape that we had created earlier. Got our light off.
Bring our exposure back up. Still too dark, or is that all right?
No, we're good. That's totally fine. Yep, that is good. I'm not going to keep going on the mesh displacement, though. Oops. All right. I think that is probably about, let's see. Oh yeah, that piece is cool. Invert this, 'cause I'm on the wrong dang thing. Cool. All right, now bring that what?
Oh, I was just going to say, like, if people have questions or want to see something in particular again in more detail, just throw that in the chat, because we do have a little bit more time.
We are located in Florida, Southwest Florida on an island. Yeah, we do have some time, so if there are any questions about anything, we would love to answer it. Right now we're keying the Memory Palace shape over the Rajasthan structure, doing that slit scanning. We can bring that wave pool stuff in, being real silly. It takes a second because we're kind of on like a
Delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured we were.
Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Wait a little bit longer, wait for that, see if anybody has any questions.
Sure.
No, everything's getting mixed in the V440. Structure is just kind of in the background right here. It's mainly been the DVI output from Memory Palace going into an Extron switcher into the HD side of the V440. Yeah, we play a lot with cameras and feedback and mirrors. It's a lot of fun. One thing that we wanted to do that we clearly didn't have time for was more like Lumia based stuff. So we got all the way up to what do you do once the practical stuff is in the video synth. The next piece would be getting a projector and then playing with a lot of these same things. A lot of the dichroic film, the dichroic glass, doing feedback in that way. One thing that I've had the most fun with is doing a Lumia setup and then doing camera feedback on that Lumia setup. It's just out of this world. So we'll probably do a live stream about that kind of stuff since we didn't get the time for it. Any programs you're using? No. Well, Wavepool's getting used on the Raspberry Pi. I was going to use Structure, but I use Wavepool for this. Anything like that would be really helpful. So here again, let's take the Wavepool off. So we are just on beautiful Structure. Thank you. I think we're done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've pretty much covered the stuff that we wanted to get through. It's a lot of fun just to play with physical objects with your system, making neat things happen just from objects you can find laying around your house and or make, and I don't know. We have a lot of fun incorporating touchable things, I think, into the system.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep growing on that process. So thank you, everyone, for coming and watching. Super glad to have been able to participate in VidCon this year. We've seen a lot of the stuff these last couple nights, and it's really, really interesting. I'm super excited, like I said, to watch Rick Burnett and crew for the erogenous tone structure. And thank you to Lars and all the LZX people for making crazy equipment for us to play around with.
Yeah, and thank you again for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. Bye, everybody. Do a camera?
Oh,
or
yeah.
do we put it in the mirror or something?
We can put it in the mirror and show
Yeah, I mean, it should
ourselves,
be,
like,
like-
yeah, why didn't yeah,
Bye!
you're there, I'm here. Hey. Bye!
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 Check, check. Hello. How's everyone doing out there? That was awesome. Great talk. Great talk. Whoa, coming in there. Whoa. All right, awesome. So this is Ed, of course, leading VidCon over here. Just started up day 3 in the morning. Feeling good, feeling fresh. Thank you for everyone out there watching. We've been having a lot of fun. And before I get into the next speaker, I just want to talk a little bit about what we're doing. You know, in that last talk, you saw that there's all kinds of just awesome everyday objects that can be used, things that can be found out there that can be used in the art. And I think it's really important, again, to make video art accessible to everyone. Some of the ways that are doing that is just by spreading the knowledge, teaching the new people. You know, new people are going to have all kinds of questions. What the heck is a TBC? You know, video mixer, and well, are we sounding good? Yeah. All right. Background audio is a bit loud. All right, let me take that off down a little bit. All right, there we go. So making the art accessible is so very important, and there's lots of inexpensive ways you can start and you know, build your way into a wonderful artistic creation. You can see my crazy hair here in this keying. I'm using a couple devices from creators that have talks at this VidCon. So I'm using the Video Equations by Robert Jordan, Cat Full of Ghosts. He'll have a talk tomorrow. And I'm also using an erogenous tone structure, which is our next talk with Rick and James from Erogenous Tones. Very excited to hear that. I just wanted to bring a couple quick things to your attention. Let's get this going here. So, hopefully you can see that all right. Hold on, actually, let me switch this up. 1, 2. There we go. All right. So, I just want to point out that we have Vidicon t-shirts and posters available. These are on the website www.meltedfrequencies.com, which is a store that I run. All the proceeds go towards server costs. The posters, I have a bunch of. They were donated for Vidicon 2019. They're absolutely beautiful. These are images all created by Vidicon 2019 attendees, which were put into a giant poster. And then they're glossy. There's 2 different sizes. Go check them out on the website. And we also have shirts available. So the shirts, you can see right here. I'm going to point this out again because last time I didn't have sound. It says Vidicon on the front with the logo. On the back is an image from that poster, and you can choose what your favorite image is, and then I print it out at home with my sublimation printing setup, and I send you a beautiful shirt. At the moment, the shirts are all white, different sizes, women's and men's. I have a few available, so there might be a little bit of a delay in me having to order some more supplies, as I didn't order a bunch of shirts, not knowing really what to expect. But they are available on the website there if you want to check it out. No, there won't be a 2020 poster project because I have too many 2019 posters sticking around. And I want to move those and get them in the hands of some wonderful people because we printed, or actually Jesse printed a ton of them, and they're absolutely gorgeous. They were donated to us, so you know, no cost at all to Vidicon, and just beautiful glossy goodness. So next I'd like to introduce Rick and James from Erogenous Tones, the absolutely beautiful structure, wonderful modular video device, just so much flexibility and capability in this machine. We saw a little bit of it in the previous talk, and it's just a beautiful device. So let's get these guys queued up here. And everyone put it together in the chat. Hope everything's...
Hey everybody, how's it going? This is Rick Burnett here with James Clark from Erogenous Tones, and today we want to do, this is our first talk ever on structure, and we want to do a talk about the origin of how we even got to the point of making structure, and follow that up with where we think we're going to be going with structure in the future. So, you know, graphic design is our passion. Couldn't help when I saw this meme a few days ago demonstrating my love for art, but this is also, you know, in case any of this is rough, you know, this is our first time doing something like this, so just a heads up on that. So to start this off, what I figured we'd do is have James go through, you know, what is structure, because if some of you here haven't had a chance to see it or play around with it, figured a quick demo of some of the things it can do and just a little bit of the features it have before we get into some of the other things we want to talk about.
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to not talk too fast or run too long. Expect Rick to interrupt me if I go too far in either direction. So structure is a visual generator module that Rick and I developed over the course of over about 3 years or so, and the later talk will be about the evolution of that. But to give you just the real quick rundown of what Structure is, here we have the module. We do CVBS input and output, and we also take in LZX 1-volt video inputs. We have 5 CV, 2 are audio rate, and we have three gates and 5 CV, 2 audio rate inputs to Structure. We also have a display screen where we can see what's going on being sent to the output, as well as various node sets. And the basic concept of Structure is built on the idea of a node that generates video or that affects the video process. In this particular patch that we're seeing right now, we have a generator and 2 effects. Because of the digital nature of Structure, we can save presets.
Come over here a little bit, just having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry. Just so we have kind of give an overview of some of the things that Structure can do, we've saved some presets here that I'd like to use, and then kind of quickly discuss what we're seeing in each of them. So the first one is just the basic generator. The second preset here will be showing basically when we're doing effects and scan lines. I think we just went off the preset menu. We sure did. There we go. Sorry. Structure can also use things like images and have effects put on the images. We can use these images and multiple effects. Here we can use the controls to modify the parameters of the various nodes, which can be done through CV or can also be done through MIDI input. Another preset here. Here we're using our rasterized module, and we even have the joystick map to be able to kind of rotate this around in the space. We also have 3D object shapes, and here we have a 3D objects where the vertices, the points of each of the triangles that make up the 3D shape are being modulated by a shader, and then we're throwing that through a tune animation effect, and again, we can modify. We have controls over a lot of different aspects of this patch. Another preset here, we're using the feedback knob, so we can actually intercept our own output, and we can modulate the feedback and the amount of feedback coming in. And then we have that on the joystick as well. So it can do feedback amongst itself, and then go to another real quick. And so here, and this is a little darker than I was hoping, we actually have a 3D object, and see my hand moving in the other screen. We have a camera, so we have a live video feed coming into Structure. And actually, if I bounce out of preset, we can dial back to just the video feed through effects.
Yeah, that camera you're using is just a little dark.
That is a little bit of a dark camera. And 1 or 2 more points. Another thing we have within Structure. There's another 3D object because I was really enjoying that shape. We also have video clips. So now we're seeing a video clip playing in the background. Here, let me speed that up. We have a video clip playing in the background, and then my video camera of my hand over the Structure here is being filtered, is having effect applied to it, and then we're mixing them on top of each other, all within Structure. And I think, where did I put the last one I wanted to show? Oh, and then here, we also have a text module, which can use TrueType fonts and display files word by word, letter by letter, line by line. And a lot of these, let me see here, let me pull out of this. We have different ways that the text can be presented. So here, I'm hitting a random button, and we're just going to go through different fonts and different display methods. Modify some of these parameters here. And I mean, that's kind of a quick overall of what Structure can do. Obviously on the website we have some more in-depth information and full manual and all that other stuff.
You're fully welcome to use Comic Sans if you'd like. It supports it. All right, so one thing we wanted to talk about, we get this question a lot from people, is how did you ever conceptualize coming up with Structure in the first place? So I think the first place to start is kind of like back in the beginning of how we each got into visuals. So I will say that before I met James, I had come across a lot of demo scene graphics and had played around a lot with Milk Drop and Winamp, and I absolutely loved what it could do, but hated that I couldn't influence it. And then, I didn't really do anything beyond that other than when I was in college, I studied advanced graphics programming as my minor. So got into OpenGL and stuff like that, but then went off into engineering. So didn't do a lot with it until I met James. And I'm going to let James talk about how he got started, since mine really comes out of when I met him probably around 2001-ish, I think.
That sounds about right.
And we started working on some stuff together, mostly music at the time. And he was like, hey, let me show you some graphic stuff that I have. So go ahead.
Where we bumped into that. So we're both doing a lot of electronic music here in Raleigh, North Cackalack throughout the mid-90s. And as I started using the computer to make music, I found out we could start controlling a lot more things. So at first it was amazing just to have your software controlling your keyboards, drum machines, and samplers. And then somebody's like, hey, you can get a MIDI to multiplex converter, and now you can turn on these park hand lights, and then or rope lights or something like that. And the next thing you know, I'm orchestrating light shows to go with the synthesizer and the dance music that I'm making. Then I got interested in video. So around mid to late 90s is when programs like Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, After Effects, and Premiere, Kai's Power Goo, Bryce 3D, Poser, Cinema 4D started really, kind of coming to their own, and we started making interesting video clips to play along with the music that we were making, and we'd play those through old VCRs and monochrome, green and black phosphorus monitors, which you could find anywhere super cheap because tons of companies were dumping these old monitors. And after playing pre-made video clips for a while, I really got the desire to, what can we do live? And that's where Lev email list comes up. I found that, the live experimental video, which drew me to the first program I ever used called Imagine, shown on the left side there with the color bars. And that was by Tom DeMeyer, and that allowed you to take a video in or still images and manipulate them, apply oscillators to them, modulate them, and control them with MIDI. And then that got me down the path of using programs like Grid Pro, and ultimately I landed on GarageCube's Modulate for the longest time. So as I was making electronic music and dance music, I was trying to find a way that the computer could help control and play back and generate the visuals.
Yeah, so once we started getting together and working on some of this stuff, we started going through a lot of different programs. I want to preface this with saying that all of these programs are great, and I still use them today. We just, you'll see when we talk about our motivations later, where we felt like we struggled a little bit in live performance, and I'll go through some of those things now. Like, with Modulate, very powerful. James did a lot of scripting in Python to do visuals and stuff in it, but a lot of the time, in that case, Python was a little underperformant, for doing anything super complex, and so the way that the event system worked with that, we really struggled to do a lot of generation types things, but we did use a lot of Pete's plugins, the Intrinsic Effects plugins, and then when I got into VDMX, which I got pretty deep into, and anyone that was at KnobCon, when we performed the first time, we were using VDMX with our prototype structure. I fed some Quartz Composer and Vuo into that and got into the Freeframe plugins, and VDMX, I still use it and it's very powerful, but the thing you run into is if you want to get a lot of variety quickly out of it, you're just kind of exploring the space. It takes a lot of work to build up all your patches and everything that's going to go on there since it's so powerful.
And for our performances, keeping track of how everything was laid out, I'd have tablets full of this button does that, and
yeah,
it would start to get lost, and I couldn't pull up a preset, from 6 months ago and remember what it did.
And so, we did a little work with Resolume, and then, I spent a lot of time with Max MSP Jitter because I wrote some VJ software for mixing music videos with that. And while it's super powerful, again, we suffered from the problem that, to generate some random stuff quickly so we could, just get inspiration for things that we didn't think of, it became a little difficult to do that. So, looking at our motivations, we felt that computer visuals looked fantastic. But we noticed when we put together sets for doing stuff, they would get static because we'd start using the things that we already had, and it would take so long to generate a lot of new stuff. And there was no focus on randomization, and we wanted something with some tactile control built into the system, that was designed for it already, instead of always taking some kind of MIDI controller with a bunch of tape and hooking stuff up, and having to put a bunch of labels all across, the MIDI keyboard or what have you. We got into looking at analog modular at MoogFest 2016. Maleko had brought an LZX system, and they didn't have a display for it. Someone had brought a monitor that was VGA only, and they didn't have any way to hook it up. So they asked us if we could showcase it on our table, and we were like, oh yeah, definitely, because it gives us a chance to play with all these.
This was the LZX-K. This was a unicorn to me, because after doing the digital video for so long, I'm like, it's now down to clips. You can download a bunch of clips. You can spend a lot of time making clips, but generating clips. And so I had heard of LZX, and to have this be set down at our table was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I think it was Paul Guetta from Moog came over and started hooking stuff up for us, because we didn't have any experience with this, although we had tons of experience on the audio side, since I already had audio modules that were in production. So in working with analog, what we noticed is a lot of people were using VCRs or cameras for input, and there weren't a lot of other sources. I mean, some people were using computers as well, but in our look of what other people were doing, we felt that we wanted to expand on the generation side of it, to give people, let's think of it almost as like wavetable synthesis in a way, to have even in their analog systems. And given that LZX has done such amazing work in this space, that we knew immediately that we wanted to work within the LZX space with whatever we did, so that people could get the benefits of both worlds, and then we could bridge to people that didn't have LZX as well.
Right, and I mean, I think also some of it, as you see, we felt LZX Industries was taking what used to be large rooms of academic institutions worth of visual processors and brought them down into the Eurorack world. We thought one of the next evolutions of video was when we started getting video out of 8-bit computers and title generators, and how that slowly was building up, and we thought that maybe we could find a spot in that space to work with LZX.
Yeah, definitely. So as we got started, the first thing was Raspberry Pi. I forget if we started with the 2B. The 2B. And the first experimentation that went on is James started working with the frame buffer and writing to it specifically. And, it was slow. And at that time, we weren't experimenting with any acceleration. And you can see on the top right was one of James's screen caps for some of the stuff that he did. So I got in a little deeper with the Neon Core, which is a symmetric multiprocessor subsystem on the ARM core in the Raspberry Pi, where you can do basically parallel processing. So, if you want to do 8 or 16 or 32 multiplies at the same time, then, that's what we wanted to see, what the speed up was there. And it did speed it up, but we felt like it, for the type and level of stuff that we want to do, it just didn't go far enough. And also, all of the Neon code had to be written in assembly, which I had figured out, and that really wasn't a lot of fun for trying to think of a large system. So we decided to put that on the shelf for then. The next thing was Open Frameworks. We downloaded and got compiled. The big thing about Open Frameworks that had drawn us to it originally was that it's cross-platform, the code base, and so I had gotten it running on OS X as well. The problem that we had is on the Raspberry Pi, it is very heavy on system load. Doing some benchmarks on some of the things that you can do on it, it had a lot of overhead, and so we still wanted to dig a little deeper. Right. So then we found PiCam demo, which was a code demo that somebody had released, and it introduced us to direct access to the OpenGL GLSL pipeline and the Discman X subsystem, which meant that we didn't have to use any X windows on there. We could write directly to the frame buffer. It also had the PiCamera integration into it, and then James spent a bunch of time getting V4L to work, which allowed us to hook up web cameras into it, which was very neat. We actually I think we bought like maybe 8 or 10 different web cameras to test. And the disappointing part is that the decoding of the video signal, it doesn't come out RGB, and it had to happen on the CPU side. with how that was set up. Since then, I've written stuff to decode it on, as a shader, but at the time, even the throughput through USB, it really ate away at how much CPU time we had to do for other things, which we wanted to push on.
Right. Which and this slide here, you can kind of see one of the reasons, one of the fundamental, what do I want to say, methodologies of structure is we keep trying something until we get the results we want, and then we see what else we can do with it. So there's a lot of, we tried other libraries like processing and some, homebrew libraries and some 8-bit libraries to do graphics with before we kind of landed on the PyCam demo. But every time it's like, well, what more can we do with this?
Yeah, and on the bottom right is the dev kit that James built.
It was steam powered.
That he would bring, like, when he was,
traveling for work. I would sit in the hotel room and video capture that into my laptop and then work on more structures, because one of the big, more generators, because one of the big pushes we wanted to do was to have over 500 GLSL generation shaders to start, so that the moment you got structure and put it down, it could start doing things, right away.
So once we decided that we kind of liked where this path was going, we wanted to make sure that the Pi was the right platform that we wanted to go with. So we started testing some other technologies that are out there. Yeah, you'd think that the cameras would give you RGB, but most of them are YCRCB that we tested. We tested a lot. Like I said, I bought 10 different ones, and definitely we were surprised at that as well. And side note, I think the best camera that we had was the
PlayStation 3 iCamera.
Yeah, the PlayStation 3 iCam. You can still get them.
Like $5.
Fantastic camera, and we really had a lot of fun with that. But
not quite there on the frame rate.
Yeah, and we definitely struggled with that. So on the platforms, we decided to try out a bunch of different ones just to see, things we tried. We were looking, we wanted to make this cost effective as well. So with the Pi, great community support, hardware longevity. The Raspberry Pi Foundation lists out how long that they're going to keep making whatever particular module that you're looking at. The con on that was there was no native video in and limited RAM, obviously. So the next thing we looked at was this platform called Udu that was based on the NXP IMX chips. This was the Solo 6. It had video in, but the GL performance was really poor, and the community support we just weren't happy with. And we also picked up a Tiny Rex, which was a little bit more powerful than the MX6 Solo, but the GPU performance looked questionable in our looks on that, and it was much more expensive. So we felt that the Raspberry Pi was still the winner there. We even did look at x86 based mini boards as well, because the hardware was really powerful, but most of the boards were much bigger than the footprint we wanted, and it looked like the cost was going to be higher overall with the GPU performance we want. And the worst thing was the current draw. Mm-hmm. We really wanted to make sure we didn't have a module that took up all the power in your case, which is very easy to do with stuff that runs at this top speed. So we settled on the Pi, and we decided to start gauging interest on the concept that we had come up with. So we brought this to 3 different festivals: KnobCon, Moogfest, and Machines and Music. And a favorite quote is Michael Stipe. We met at Moogfest 2017, and that's exactly his words when James was showing him how it worked.
Right, and remember, we're there, as Erogenous Tones for all of the Eurorack audio, the Eurorack modules, like Blip and Radar and Gatestorm. And Rick had always, as we had been working on the visual stuff, I always had space to set up a visual station next to his, and we were really impressed with how many people were interested in getting video, or how many collections of people, bands or partners were like, well, I do all the audio, but my partner is a visual artist, and we made a lot of friends and a lot of connections with people who were seeing this, and we were able to kind of network them. So as we were going to these shows to show the Erogenous Tones modules, we were also getting a lot of great feedback and learning so much about video stuff. I mean, half dozen of the people on Scanlines I've definitely met through these, and the various online Facebook communities, and that's where we got a lot of our ideas.
Yeah, definitely. And, even like kids coming up and playing with the camera and us going through. At this time, the code base was basically a PyCam demo where we started hacking it up, adding more effects that you could run video through, some simple 2D type generation things, because, we were experimenting at this time. And James had a little numeric keypad hooked up with a little key so that people could play with it and kind of change things on it.
Randomize, which is one thing I love when I see some of the other Raspberry Pi projects out there, people using the numeric keypad. I'm like, yeah, I remember that step in our, our creation, and that's also why we have the 4x4 button of grids underneath the display, like how I was setting off presets earlier, which is to, sort of emulate that grid for being able to do certain things.
So on our trip back from Machines and Music 2016, it was a 9-hour drive back to North Carolina, and yes, Stipe really did say that. We began, really discussing what we thought a product would look like. So on the left, James took a whole bunch of notes and started drawing some pictures.
That's based off of the Lego computer, by the way, module.
And on the right is, I'm an engineer by day, so you can see I started block diagramming all the concepts that I started coming up with. And this I'll even say at this time it was a bit of a different system that we were conceptualizing, because we really weren't fully sure how we wanted to integrate this in, to video production as a whole. So this was very early. So at about this time, I wrote Lars at LZX and started our friendship. And we have probably sent thousands and thousands of words to each other about visuals in general and things in the future. And I put one of our conversations on here because this is how structure. As I started telling Lars what we were thinking about doing, Lars started telling us what he thought was some good ideas. And this was the module design. A lot of times I will just go inside of Illustrator and start mocking up, concepts, because I want to see what it's going to look like from a usability standpoint. So with this started out just talking about black and white 1-volt output that was just generating 3D shapes, maybe with some gradients in the background, and that had all these CV inputs to modify position, scale, rotation, etc. So this is the very first concept of where structure started. And like all things, it was like, okay, let's start iterating on concepts. So you can see, the second one over, I was like, well, I want some kind of let's switch it to CV so we're not locked into these specific functions, and let's have control scaling of that, and everything else is kind of the same there. And then over from that, I'm like, okay, well, let's move the buttons around a little bit and change some things up. And then by the fourth one, we had offset controls, and then you'll see the 1-volt switches in the middle, because I decided I want to make this usable for Eurorack audio or video people, as we go. And yes, feature creep was definitely.
No, we just hadn't met the final boss of structure yet.
Yeah. So engineers we suffer from feature creep because we're just like, oh, one more thing. I have to have it all. So at this point I was like, well, let's build a prototype. And no, that's not the first prototype. This was actually the very first thing I put together for the very first Eurorack module that I was designing. It did generate signals that worked in Eurorack, but we won't talk about this design anymore because it didn't go anywhere from after that. But this is just to show you that it even as an engineer with many years, it starts pretty basic when you start getting into this stuff. So, the next step was designing our first prototype. So here you can see the bottom two pictures were the dip trace graphics of the main board. We switched to using the Raspberry Pi Compute module because we wanted something that was designed to just plug into a backplane that we had for the rest of everything we designed. There was no video in or composite or RGB on this one, even though, I had put in those spaces on the top of the UI. All of the layers were hard-coded in how it worked. The code was very unfriendly, non-modular to be sure. And in the bottom right, you can see we performed at Machines and Music 2017 visuals for the artists, a couple of the artists that were going on, and we have 2 of the prototypes there down in the bottom right that we were working with. So, the overall response from everyone on this was very positive. They were really interested to see where this was going.
And that was a lot from people who were using LZX, and as well as people who were doing more like just camera and television video mixer, using V4s, WMX mixers, colorizers and things like that.
So from that point, I started getting a lot deeper into, let's look at what the video in and out is going to be. So on the top right, you can see that was actually the video in out diagram that I came up with. Spent a lot of time talking with Lars about this. Had a lot of problems getting Lattice FPGA communicating with the Raspberry Pi ARM chip, and spent time with Lattice trying to get that to work, and a couple members of the Raspberry Pi Foundation, and just could not get that to work. And looked at some of the other options that were out there with Xilinx and everything. And ultimately what we ended up on is that, the cost and power required to put the RGB out on structure just didn't seem worth it to the end user, power alone. And so after talking with Lars quite a bit and going over the features of the TBC2, which is the time-based corrector, this is basically 2 of what we were generating, which is being able to take any kind of RCA signal, RCA signal and generate RGB out of it, so that you could use it in the rest of LZX. So we felt that was the ultimately best way to go, and so made that decision to cut costs and everything by doing that. And we think that was absolutely one of the best decisions that we made, just because there's a lot of people that are going to use Structure 2 that they might not be into analog synthesis. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't charging people more than everything that they needed, but if they wanted to go that path, what they needed was out there.
There was an alternative. Yeah, so when we had that information, not having the RGB out system, really sped up for development and when we were ready to release.
Yeah, and that center picture in the bottom, I just wanted to show, when we're doing stuff with high-speed video, there's a lot of physical things that we have to deal with in layout to make sure that the performance is going to be correct. And what you see there,
the signals and the timing are happening.
Yeah, and those are the CSI signals coming in from the video chip that we use for the input going into the Raspberry Pi compute module. So once we decided that, the next step was we started refining, the interface. And the top left is the one, was from the first prototype. You can see on all these, the RGB out is still there. When we were doing this, we hadn't made that full decision yet. But you can see at the top right, I decided to add a little preview screen on the right. And then finally, by the last one, James is like, why do you keep this OLED on here? What is it giving us that we're not going to get from the other screen? And I was like, yeah, you're right.
Well, and having the screen, because I'm sure this has never happened to any other video artist out there, but sometimes we were placed where we couldn't necessarily see the final output, so we needed a way to monitor this. And that was my big drive to say, is that if we had the screen, we could always see what Structure was going to be outputting, and then that would give us more of an in-depth menu system where we could really start to bring together all of the things we liked about the software that we had been previously using, and all of the techniques that we wanted to use while we were performing, that we'd be able to have all of that in front of us and not have to memorize anything.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing you can't see from this picture, but on the first prototype, there was only one, I think, CVBS out. And James's one of his good ideas was to add 2 on there, so that if you want to do like some kind of feedback loop and still have it feeding out and not have to have another piece of gear to duplicate your signals. And even that bottom right one wasn't the finished one. You notice that it doesn't have the 4x4 grid yet. But we did constantly refining these interfaces.
Right, I think we had to move the SD card as well, and that changed the final design.
So with this new change to the bigger display, we had to start thinking about what we wanted to show on that display. So on the bottom left, what you can see is originally, what we were going to do is have a headless system that you had to hook up to it with a web browser, and that we'd have a Node.js something, that you would hook into and configure how things were. And believe me, this was very early on, and I think this is when we were just going to do a Raspberry Pi project and just give it to people. But we felt like that's not really going to work well for live performance, having to go have a web browser hooked up, have another piece of gear hooked up to it, a computer, and making sure that network connectivity is working, which I don't know about you all, but I have just struggled with networks and live performances, especially with like OSC,
or Bluetooth even in there sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like, so we put everything as much as we could on the box. So when we have a box like that, and we're still not entirely sure everything that Structure is doing, how do you develop an interface?
Yeah, so so that's why we moved away from that into what you see on the right. The bottom right one is the first one I had conceptualized with we knew we were going to do nodes all along, but I started thinking about how we could show a signal flow so people could see what was going on. And then James started inside of Illustrator, and that's just one of the pages of probably like 16 or 24 different mock-ups that you did to just kind of get us looking at what we wanted to do.
What do we want to see, and then how can we build that in, like making sure we had like a preview of what was happening rather than just plain text on a screen, things like that. And then how were we going to configure the back end things like the GLSL shaders? How are we going to specify what these controls mean?
Yep, definitely. So then became the second prototype, which still had the RGB out on there, but at this time we were spending a lot of effort on the code base. Video in was now working. The code was completely rewritten, and it was about 85% complete at this point. There was still a bunch of changes that we were making, but at this point we were getting ready to build the final prototype and just get more input from people and making sure we liked what was going on.
Right. Get to that beta hardware and get it out on people
Yeah,
who are going to use this hardcore, which hopefully some of y'all are out there checking this out.
I will say that during this time we also had to deal with the USB in had a whole bunch of problems, so I ended up having to work with people at Raspberry Pi Foundation. They had some bugs in there, so I was able to give them some feedback of what was causing crashes on USB switching. And then the other difficult thing was the video in chip. We had to change the kernel to work with a lot of you. If you're tuning in and you're doing stuff with the Raspberry Pi, there is support for a bunch of different chips built into the kernel, but some of the variants of those chips, they don't all work, and so we had to work in getting those working. The biggest problem there is that Broadcom doesn't allow you to get the details for working with the MIPI interfaces, which is CSI and DSI, and so we have to have them help us add the changes for timings that we need, and so that was a little painful on getting that working.
When you work with the engineer, that's what you'll end up finding, these edge cases, and the graphics card doesn't work like this in this one particular situation. So again, as every constant iteration, every update in the software that we're doing, every time we're trying to push the envelope a little bit further, because it's fun, it's interesting to us to see how much can we get out of this. And as Rick mentioned earlier about the demo scene, a lot of the demo scene being as a visual inspiration, or these audio visualizers, were how much, how far could you push this limited set of hardware. So on a Raspberry Pi 3B compute module, how much can we make it do?
Yeah. So after getting through all that and making all those changes, that led us to the final interface. You can see on the bottom left was the second to last, where I had thought about putting boxes around things, which ended up changing out. And one thing I wanted to mention, a lot of people ask us about the panels that we designed. They thought they were metal. They're not. They're acrylic. I bought a laser, cheap laser from China that I cut these with, and it's basically 2-layer thick with black underneath. So you just etch into it with the laser, and it ends up making it look like a metal panel. And so this was really cool for being able to prototype what it was going to look like, obviously with no colors. And the final one
kind of hard
colors.
to read text a little bit. because you had to do that tiny font.
Yeah, it wasn't always clean. The rasterization on laser isn't always the best, especially one that costs as much as mine did. You need a really expensive one to get better
that
control
kind of
of
resolution,
the laser.
yeah.
So on the bottom right was our Moogfest, the last one we did with the prototype, and you can see, or maybe that's the second last one.
Second to the last one, that was 2018 because we were faced the other way with
that's
the
right.
projector.
Yeah.
There we just wanted to flex that
Well,
we
we
had
had-
four
we-
Commodore 64 monitors.
We had the final one at 2019.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a release.
Yeah, just the prototype is acrylic, not the one that you have, Ed. So we just wanted to talk a little bit about the stats of and some of the things that we ran into that were first for us. So, there was 3 years from conceptualization of this until we were shipping. Right now we have 94,000 lines of custom C and C++ code. So this is, not including any of the libraries or anything we're using. Right now we're at 1,916 different shaders, a lot of custom written, a lot of public domain. We've got 183 3D objects that my brother Chris Burnett did. He's been working with us on Structure, and you've probably seen him at some of the shows with us. He works in the game industry as technical artist. Sorry, and we definitely utilize his skill set in getting a lot of different 3D and UV mapping and all that. So if you ever have any questions on that kind of stuff, he's definitely available to answer those kind of things, especially if you're doing your own 3D objects.
Right, and on the site, on our YouTube channel, we have Chris's demonstration on how to use Blender 3D to create shapes and get the texture orientation correct.
Yeah.
To import into Structure, which can handle a reasonably sized 3D object, nothing full 3D world sort of thing. You can kind of tell with what we demonstrate, what it can handle on
Yeah,
that.
definitely. We ended up building 6 full prototypes to do this and 3 additional host interface boards, which is the board in the back that hooks up to the Pi. There's actually, we've got 2 different of our own circuit boards in the back, and then the Pi hooks into the back one. So we went through a lot of those as we were iterating through video in and video out. We did a custom joystick flange. I'd never done any kind of injection molding before, so using Fusion 360, designed it up, had it done with a resin printer just to make sure that it looked right, and contacted a company in Florida who made us, I think, 1,000 of them. So
You need joystick flanges.
yeah, let us know. And then our LCD and fan assemblies, we ended up deciding to do with 3D printing with PLA. Both James and I have 3D printers because these are inside, and I'm very impressed with 3D technology now, and we're very happy with going through that.
And that was fun, just the whole design and making that at home thing. I had a 3D printer and was printing out skulls from Thingiverse and all of that, but it was really cool to, learn all of that process as well. I mean, everything we throw into Structure is like, hey, this is kind of neat, and how does this fit?
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to WMD, William, who does our boards for us, and did a little help on power circuitry and stuff, and it was just fantastic working with them. If you're ever deciding to get into Eurorack building, definitely talk to William. He is just 100% great guy to work with, and all the people at WMD actually. So support wise, this is a community, and the visual community is one of the best communities I've ever worked with. Everyone
Absolutely.
is so willing to work with each other, share schematics, code, you name it.
Technique.
I'm on the Facebook pages for Recur Boy, Wavepool, talk with Ron with Hypno here and there, because we all want to see the state of visuals get better as time goes on, as we have more tools available, just so we can push the envelope. So we have a live editing website, so that we took the GLSL Sandbox code base and modified it to work with what Structure looks for. James did all that work and set it up so that you could do either effects or generators right now. We plan on adding more in the future, different types of node shaders that you can edit.
And Recur uses the shader format we use too, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think he converted that so you could do that.
So you can download these and then upload them up. You can click on them from the website and put them on
Yeah, definitely, and we loved having these on there. So because we hope that people that develop shaders for Recur or anything else, we push it all back and forth, and everyone gets the benefit for those. And I'll just put a plug out there. If you ever do some and you want us to put them in the firmware, just send us the shaders, or if you've converted some you don't think we have, we'll put them in there. We like to see all that stuff on there. All the ones that we generate for even art projects or whatever, we throw them in there. The latest thing that we added also is that we have a user guide for WordPress. That this is something
we finally got up.
Yeah, we're using WeDocs. If you're a user and you see anything that's missing, let us know. But we want to do living documentation because we work on structure quite a bit. That this is our passion on creativity.
Only second to graphic design.
Right. Yeah. So we love hearing from you all. And then just a side note for any of you developers, we like to use GitLab for doing all our code, and we do have a bug area that I believe we've sent out to the list. If people are having any problems, they can submit a bug report, and we go through there and we'll fix those and roll those out. So looking into the future, we want to quickly talk about where Structure's going. We're constantly adding new features.
And we're going to mention that here in a second too. We're going to preview a little something, so y'all didn't wait in vain.
So we're still working on the MIDI system. The big thing now is adding high resolution MIDI. We do have a Sweet 16 and a VCMC. I believe that's the name of it. That both do high resolution MIDI. And we're going to get that in as soon as possible. We're also working at what I call a numerical filtering system, and that's basically allowing CVs that are coming in to be manipulated into different CVs based on that, so you can get variety even off you have
CV.
one CV coming in and having it do different things, like invert them and stuff like that. So that will be coming. And the last big thing that I think a lot of people are curious about is the Pi 4 compute module. So Raspberry Pi completely changed the form factor of the compute. They removed the second SD card off the back. They removed the DisplayManX interface to the frame buffer. So all that means is it's a little bit more work for us to figure out how we're going to adapt this. We're going to make a new backboard on the back. We're going to have an upgrade kit for it so that you'll be able to use that. I mean, the Pi will come with it, I believe, because we're going to have to program the eMMC memory that's built into it, which the good part is will be a lot faster than the Raspberry Pi SD card interface now. I am going to look at using NVMe, which is basically just hard drive, NAND-based SSD. And see if we can use that in addition or replace the eMMC. So we're still looking at that. If we can make it so that you could figure out how to plug one into it and put your video stuff on there a little quicker, that'd be something really neat. Yeah. But just want to let you know.
Yeah. We're aware, and we're looking at it and seeing what we can do and what changes we might need to make to what we have to incorporate this, because there are a lot of exciting things with the Pi 4. But there are also a lot of things we still need to figure out.
Yeah, and one thing, we recognize the cost differences on the different RAM versions, so it will work with all the different ones in case you're someone that doesn't do a lot of video, so you don't want the high RAM one. Mm-hmm. But just to know that we're going to be working on that. So that's where the future is right now on Structure. And so the last thing that we wanted to show you is the new node that is coming. One thing, the reason we want to upgrade is because we want to be able to get the new GL pipeline that's in there.
Right, which will be GLES 3.0 rather than 2.1. That'll give us access to a lot of things and a lot more RAM to work with. So we might be able to start getting some things in like the rendering and the
your ray tracing, stuff like that. That's the push. We are still going to support the old Pi 3,
right?
But yeah, the plan all along was to do an upgrade kit. We were hoping just to be able to take the Pi 4 and hook it right in. That's why we did the compute module the way we did. But yeah, we don't want you to have to buy a whole new front and all that, because all that stuff works perfectly well. So, we're going to make it very reasonable. Okay, so the last big thing we wanted to show is the new node we've been working on that we've been talking about, and not actually saying anything about it. So, it's still in development, but we're going to have James be demonstrating it. So
All right.
just going to talk about it first real quick. Is that it's a 2D node. It's Python based. It uses Cairo and some custom extensions I wrote for Python. It has MIDI input, so like if you have a MIDI keyboard or you're driving MIDI with notes, it recognizes those notes and quantizes those notes into 12 different drivers, and you'll be able to do just really neat visual things with those notes doing things. It also listens to the 9 bands of the FFT, so things will be able to modulate different 2D things going off of FFT. And of course, it can either listen to the normal CVs that come in, or you'll be able to just listen to all of the CVs. It also has a random mode that will generate random MIDI or FFT, just so if you don't have anything plugged in but you like what those programs look like, you'll be able to use those as well. I am also looking at building a designer for WinOSX so that you can conceptualize these Python programs on your computer before you load them on the front SD card, just because that makes everything easier. And right now we're looking at a release date in December. Like most things, we probably won't have 100% of everything running on it, but it will do most of it, mainly just so we can get it out there and you guys can start playing with it. So let me go ahead and switch over to this view. So
right.
James can go over to 2D.
So we'll go over to 2D here real quick, and let's see here what we're doing right now. We are drawing these little 8-bit tiles, this little 2-color 8-bit tiles. All of these, the data is just listed into an array in this in a particular 2D generator.
Yep.
I guess, and then we're drawing those out, and we have abilities to force them on a grid, not force them on a grid, modify their size, modify their speed, and basically here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start hitting random, because Rick and I have worked out about a dozen or so, or 2 generator shaders to kind of give you an idea of some of the things that we've got going here. And the neat thing about using Python as the back end is that we can keep arrays of objects, which is a little bit easier to do than in GLSL, so that we get the ability to let's see here. That's the you got the joystick, drawing circles, different lines, and it's a node, so there's 2D. Here's 2D with 2 different effects on it. And have one too far.
Yeah, this one, there's a lot of feedback built into some of these because it works really well. Like this one, kind of like the Death Star approach.
Let's see here. I'll walk you guys. So this one, actually, you know what? I have some modulators going from the Batumi, so I'll just have those go into the CV inputs. Little colored tunnels, then we'll just random through a few more squares. Here we're just bouncing some balls and drawing lines to them. Using sizes and circles, saw those.
Yeah, this I took a maze generator, and then I wrote a always go left wall, just to see what it would do. And again, really pushing the boundary of all the different things that you can do with 2D. I'll say that the big thing with 2D compared to GLSL, if you had tuned into some of the other talks, the big problem with GLSL is you're doing all the frame at once. Every pixel is in parallel, basically. They don't know anything about the other pixels, especially with GLSL 2.0, where it can't look at its neighbors even. There's some functions for that in the GLSL language. So it's the only way to get feedback of information from frame to frame, if it's generated in the frame, is to write out to a texture and then read that texture right back in. Oh, there's Game of Life.
Oh, yeah, that's for Ed. You mentioned this yesterday, but I didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Yeah, I did converted the Game of Life into this as well. So you can do a lot of history with this, and you can have objects and stuff that you can do things with over time. as James gets to some of the other I don't even remember. Oh yeah, that one.
Taking in notes.
Yeah, and you can see it's really fun for being able to generate things.
Probably modulating some of this.
Yeah.
Strangely.
Oh yeah, this one. This is inspired by the Lego computer. I couldn't resist. I just wanted to see what doing a little fake little UI look like. You know, and all these will be available to play around with. Did a fire algorithm. If you ever looked at this, is very demo scene, and I'm tilting it back and forth a little bit so that you can get some different effects of like the flame coming back and forth.
Which is cool. How are we on time?
Oh, we're good right
Okay.
now. Did some pipes, you know, with zoom forward.
Because the 90s. There's my
I
tiles.
didn't see asteroids come up.
Oh, I might have messed up on the order I was randoming through them.
Oh, and we didn't see the sketch one yet.
Oh, right. We'll get through some
Yeah.
of these. So these are some of the circular ones I've done in dashed lines and bubbles and messing around with ideas. Basic grid. There's my hardcore hacker, which we
Yeah.
can even change. Put colors in there. We can change our font size, or we could be modulating all of this. Let's see. We'll keep moving. Prototype. Yep. Lines and dots.
Yes, we've stared at a lot of screensaver. And yeah,
Oh, that's funny.
this one's always good.
Yeah, let's just make it like growing normal. So this one is just drawing. It's like how do you draw like a square inside of a circle, or an octagon, or a pentagon, or a whatever. So it picks a random number of shapes between 2 and 8, and then it depends on how many sides they have, and then it just kind of keeps scrolling them. And again, as we've noted, they're nodes, so we can run them through other things. We can run them through our dual effects. We'll be able to map those onto 3D objects. Another one. This one works best with incoming.
Yeah, we do a lot of tests with CV and stuff too, just to make sure.
Squares. Tunnels of Armageddon. A shout out if y'all like 80s, 90s computer games. More letters.
Yeah, I started conceptualizing doing a Wolfenstein 3D. Here's a lightning. If you recognize any of you GateStorm users, this is the algorithm from GateStorm. I converted it over and extended it. Just basic little fractal.
I saw the map.
Spinning circles.
Different sizes.
A different
There's
type of that.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this one I really enjoyed doing. So I put a texture in the background, figure out how to load up a PNG, and then you can see the way that I'm doing the drawing. I'm using a gradient, so it looks like a marker. And it has slight translucence. So, and I just generated an algorithm to just generate random curves and stuff like that. So really fun on that one.
That one, when we stretch in. Oops. I dislodged the hole.
Oh yeah,
there's
there it is.
asteroids.
Yeah, so I created like some kind of like asteroids. And anytime they collide and get to a smaller size, they destroy. But this kind of shows you the whole concept of like keeping track of items between frames and then, doing stuff with them. So, so basically this is the, the 2D node and we're still, oh yeah, I forgot I even did this one, which was just kind of like a walking and building something over time. Oh, I forgot so many of these things that we did. Doctor Who. Low resolution Doctor Who.
Store brand. There's a
More-
Game
more
of Life,
Game
and
of
then
Life.
you did a few.
Yeah, there's a couple varieties on the Game of Life. This is as well. Yep.
So I think that's
Yeah, that's
kinda-
most of them.
So and we're still developing those, but those will be fun to. Let me just do what we do. So one of the things with structure, because we usually have so many different options and shaders and generators and layouts, is I keep pressing just a random button here to kind of randomly go through and choose a few things, and that's usually how I look for like a start on visuals. Is just hit random till something kind of clicks, and then kind of work it from there.
Yeah, so likely we should see something in December. is like I said, the release date on that. So so if anyone has any questions that we can answer, just threw a picture of us being VJs in 2008, staring over a computer. This was with that VJ software I wrote with Max MSP. Never enough options. That's the engineer and me talking. I also put this poster in here that Lars did with LZX because it made me so happy to see that they put a poster of all these different manufacturers at the time making different type of visual modules into one poster.
And then we were included.
Yeah, it was nice. I think there's Brown Shoes Only on there, and Philip, the work that he did on the Castle series and all that. So, all right. So, any questions?
Well, now we wait for the questions to come in. I mean, I guess we can put it back on the visualizer screen, and I can keep messing around for those who aren't.
Yeah, I'll put some visualizer on there.
Let's see here. We'll mess around with the mix.
Yeah, we didn't show all the different nodes that we have, but we have like a mix node, we have an image node, a clip node, feedback node,
text node,
3D node, and a bunch of stuff there.
Audio effects nodes.
Yeah, you can read audio in, and it renders it into frames, and then does different stuff with it, so you can really explore that. And basically, like we had said before, the big thing here is we want to give people stuff. We should do an undo for the random, because I can't tell you the times where I accidentally click it again and I'm like, no, I really wanted that one. But basically, this is a good.
Wasn't that last?
Does that work on all of them?
I don't think so.
We'll have to try that.
File a bug. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, anyways, thanks everyone for coming to see our talk. And
mash that like and subscribe. Oh wait, wrong channel. Sorry,
like and subscribe. We really want to thank Ed and
Jake and all the Vidicon people. All the shows we've seen, all the presentations, and some of the performances last night were there I am. Were blowing me away. This is so great to see everyone, and it's too bad we couldn't be in person this year. Maybe next year, I'll try to get myself up there and bring a bunch of structures for people to play with.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we think it's the last, but we got to test it because I haven't used it.
Random, pressing random.
That was so awesome. Thanks, guys. Got an awesome update on what is going on with Structure. You have created an absolutely beautiful instrument, super fun and responsive, easy to play with. And I definitely am super stoked for those future nodes and updates and everything. Keeps on living and evolving, and you keep developing for it, which is just awesome. So next up, we have Vanta from Berlin, actually, and this is going to be a performance, and it's going to be a mixture of analog video and 3D environments, and then there will afterwards be a short talk talking about what.
Now you can hear me. Sorry. As I said, hey everybody, and thanks for sticking till the end. I was just going to show you a little bit what I'm doing here. So I have a modular corner over there with all the sorry, all the LCX stuff that's been fed to a computer that then distributes the signal via NDI over the place, and then like through the network. I mean, NDI is a little help. It's like what we do with analog, passing signals from one place to another. You can do the same through the network thanks to NDI. That's what I'm doing. So I'm sending that analog signal here into the main computer. And here I have a couple of things. I have, for example, this touch designer patch that is ingesting the signal. And I can control some of the stuff that is going on. I can show you quickly the patch inside. So it looks something like this. What I'm doing is basically, well, this is a prototype actually, something that I'm building to put it in a synthesizer. Like, it's inspired by the early 2000 software for VJing. Like, if you remember Modulate, there was this kind of 3D grid environment that you can create with your clips, so you could move them around, and yeah, it was nice and fun to play with. So I thought, okay, well, why not to do the same with analog, with like put it into not anymore a computer, but put it into a device that you can bring to your sets, and then it's like an extension of your analog gear. It will be more, digital, like everything now, but inspired by the early digital feelings. And then that's fine. That's been passed through to here, to Unreal Engine, and this is the one that you have been seeing all the time. So we were all the time inside this desert that you can walk eternally, and there in the desert, so I put a couple of props, and yeah, this was the main screen where we were like here kind of watching all the time, so we didn't realize we were in a 3D environment, but then there we go. So that was the idea a little bit. To do that was like to explore different techniques, right? So if we were around here, that would be like the normal like 60s, 70s, 80s style analog synthesizer, and then we will go into this, what I said, 90s style, early 2000 with 3D. With a 3D environment where you can rotate the camera and all this kind of stuff, right? And then go into the world of 3D and of today, and my approach of what can be done nowadays. This was a very simple example of just putting things in a 3D environment for everybody to see. But I think it was interesting. It was fun to do it. Let me see if there's questions on the chat. Anybody wants to say anything or ask anything? I can. Okay, so my time is up, looks like. Thank you everybody that is involved in the in creating the thing, creating the show and the festival, and yeah, thanks for having me. Ciao.
All right, hello. Thank you so much, Vanta. Really love the setup, and please hang out in the chat so we can get any more questions that might come up. The setup looked really cool, and I love that 3D landscape mixed with analog. Next up, we have Sarah Turner. She has been doing some absolutely amazing things over in Portland. Some beautiful installations, some incredible artwork, and I really wish I'd been present to see these types of things. I actually met Sarah when we were planning for this year's VidCon. We were looking at OpenSignal, and I ended up talking to Sarah on the way to finding a venue for OpenSignal, which is a local public access television station in Portland. They do amazing work with the community, giving tools and studio time and space to people who want to make video. So really incredible place. And
Hi guys, my name is Sarah Turner. I'm an artist and curator based out of Portland, Oregon, and I'm going to be talking about two projects that I've been working on for the past few years that kind of embody the kind of core of my work and definitely celebrate experimental video art and new media artists in Portland and beyond. I want to thank Ed so much for inviting me to speak during VidCon. I'm really grateful and honored to be speaking and in the same realm as so many of you, of whom I'm a pretty big fan. So thank you so much for having me here in this digital platform. Yeah, I guess to give you some context of my work, I'm a new media artist and curator, and I like to think of myself as situating my work somewhere in the realm between experimental video and social practice. So a lot of the work that I do is very collaborative by nature, and I'm always thinking about community building through all of the projects that I create. And so these two projects, Mobile Projection Unit and Pink Noise, are kind of the crux of a lot of the work that I do in terms of bringing community together. And you'll see as I describe some of these projects how that unfolds, but I'm sure, like many of you, it's hard to find a large community of experimental video folks in your town. I know a lot of people who I connect with are through Instagram or Facebook or whatever. I think that's how I met Ed, actually, through Instagram. And so I strive to bring people together in a physical space. And of course, that's very difficult now with COVID going on. But as you'll see, there's still ways to connect with folks, either online or in real life, in safe ways too. But yeah, I like video and I like getting people together. So let's start. Let's show you some of these projects. Great, so the first project that I'll talk about is the Mobile Projection Unit. I started it back in 2018 with my collaborator, Fernanda D'Agostino, and it was meant to be a way to bring mobile projections around Portland in a way that was very accessible and kind of anti-institutional, very off the grid, and a way to get tools into the hands of artists who might not have other ways of accessing them. I'm sure as many of you know, technology is very expensive, certainly to buy and even to rent. And so we set out to provide the tools of production for many of the people in our network who we could just, go out and have some fun with. So what we did, we got some funding from the Regional Arts and Culture Council and the Precipice Fund from the Portland Institute for Contemporary Art. And those grants were really instrumental because they didn't have any strings attached and that we could use the money just to buy gear, which was really cool. And so, as you can see, that's a photograph of my last car that I would get a lot of slack for because it looks like a PT Cruiser, but it's not a PT Cruiser. Anyways, we started out building out the rig that was a projector, a generator, laptop, and mapping software, particularly MadMapper is what we used, and a mount for the car roof rack. So we had this kind of mobile studio that we could go around to different areas in town and just start projecting. And this picture here too is just one of our first events that we had called Bring Your Own Content, which is similar to what some other folks do around the country called Bring Your Own Beamer. But instead we could just ask people to bring their own flash drive and then plug into our whole rig and just go to town mapping. And so we had a few events like this, and then we got together our cohort for the season that was curated. We had 5 different pairings of artists with the original intention of bringing together conceptual video artists with video mappers and bridging this world of both design and augmented reality and also just blasting more conceptually driven work around town rather than just flashy designs. So we got together with this cohort and they decided to show their work in different locations, some of which we collaborated on in terms of where exactly they would be held, and some had, direct ideas exactly of what they wanted to do already. So one of our first cohort members were Sabina Hawk and Victoria Wells displaying illuminated voices at Apano, which is a organization and a physical building for Asian Pacific Islanders in Portland. And the work that they created and mapped onto the building was specifically around the annexation of Portland and displacement of immigrants moving to Portland. And it was really interesting that they were able to project it in this particular area that was almost a feedback loop to the community that they were trying to talk with. And that was something that we had talked about in pretty great detail and length through the whole first season of the mobile projection unit, was what is space and what is placemaking, and how can you really define that and codify that with the work that you're putting onto a space. And so a lot of the artists that we worked with chose specific spaces to have that conversation. For example, like Sabina and Victoria. And then other artists chose to reimagine new spaces too, in what made more sense for their art, which is very represented by this next work by Jaleesa Johnston and Megan McKissick. And so this work, it's a little hard to tell by these photos, but this work is expressive of what Jaleesa had been creating for the last couple months prior to this projection, that was, I guess, kind of risque in that it simulated nudity. And so, thinking about putting naked bodies in the context of public art can be very, I don't know. It's very easy to censor, I guess is the way to say it. And so in our adventures of seeking this new space and figuring out how to best present this work, we had to think about our audience in terms of like, you know, it's out in a public space, anyone can walk by. Where's the place that we're least likely to get shut down for, you know, showing boobs in public? Like what's the best spot for that? And so we ended up going into the Northeast industrial area and just setting up on this building. I think it was the North Coast Seeds building. It was a really beautiful spot, especially with the background of the bridge behind it too and the cityscape. And it was really fun because the way that her body in the video was moving almost made the building look like it was coming to life. And so that was a time of reimagining a space and to project bodies onto it that was totally reimagined and not necessarily a site-specific historic lineage that she wanted to follow. This next piece is by Ruben Garcia Marufo and Huracan, and this was down under the Burnside Bridge along the Willamette River in Portland. And this was called Nasser, and a lot of it had to do with different borders and how we in our bodies cross those borders. Of course, Nasser means to be born. And so what is the act of crossing a border or crossing into new territory or a new world? This was the first time that we were able to do live music during one of these sets too, so it was a really beautiful audiovisual performance as well. And what was so fun about this was, so as we're exploring these different spaces of putting art into the city, you know, we had to grapple with the idea of like, do we need to get permission from people? Like, are the cops gonna come? What's happening? Are we gonna tell anyone that this is happening? And the bottom of it is that we decided, no, we're not gonna tell anyone that's happening. We're not gonna get permits. Permits are lame, and I mean, that's not my legal advice. Do what you will with where you want to go. But we found that it was a lot easier to be more mobile and more light on our feet to just go and do. And so we were able to do these different kinds of pop-ups just by having the gall to do it and making it happen. And this bridge was the first time that we were able to kind of move outside of our car, and actually we had to take a wagon and just like walk completely down the river along the Esplanade because that was the only way to access it too. So anyways, we're finding more and more ways to become mobile as the season progressed. So this last piece was in March of 2020 with Sharita Town and Hassan Mahmood, and this was at the Portland Institute of Contemporary Art right on the corner of North Williams Avenue, which is of historical importance as it's a very gentrified neighborhood that was historically black Portlanders in the last 20 years. And so this was a really beautiful piece, as Sharita's work is very much about situating black history of black Portlanders within the context and canon of contemporary art in the city right now. So it was a really moving piece to be able to work with her on that. And then the final work that we had with the mobile projection unit in the cohort that we had originally found the funding for was my work and Fernanda D'Agostino's work collaboratively at the Portland Institute, or sorry, at the, oh my god, so many Portland things, the Portland International Film Festival that was run through the Northwest Film Center and the Portland Art Museum. And this was like 2 days before COVID started, so we were able to just like squeeze right in there. And so what did we do? So we had 3 installations over the course of 3 days. They were in the courtyard, in the ballroom, which was really fun. It was super immersive, and party zone, and then one just like in the lobby before a very like swanky event. And these works were very much a type of digital spell that we were casting on the city. Little did we know, a whole bunch of shit was gonna go down, but it was very much about healing and working with digital spells in terms of like creating intentions and manifestations that are replicating physical objects in digital form. And so that was fun, and we squeezed it right in there. And then of course COVID happened, and then we're like, fuck, what are we gonna do? Like, we can't make art at all anymore. This is really annoying. And it took us probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 months to just get our heads on and like figure out what the fuck was going on. And then, of course, the Black Lives Matter protest, starting with George Floyd, happened, and we found a new avenue and a new way to support our community members in Portland with these tools that we already had at our disposal. So beginning in June, we started to collaborate with different collectives and artists around town who were activating and supporting Black Lives Matter protests. One group that we worked with was Snack Block, and we met pretty regularly with them to put on weekly screenings of documentaries that were about Black leaders or trans issues or things of that nature. Or we would also screen films that were celebrating local Black artists and musicians in town. And so we'd come together and in this little parking lot, very COVID safe, everyone's wearing a mask there, and be able to come around and still have a sense of community building, even though we are living in these very dark and strange times. And then, of course, I'm sure a lot of you know there were pretty intense protests going downtown Portland. And so I wanted to create a way that we could be very mobile and very agile, I guess. And so thinking through the mobile projection unit Spirit made this little bike projector, which was great. And we were able to kind of like go off to the side near where the rallies were happening and project this work. Gotta tell you, batteries are really fucking heavy, and be careful what you put in your basket because you might fall over. And then this next screening was of Arresting Power, which was a documentary made by Julie Perini, Jody Darby, and Aaron Yankee in Portland. And it's all about police brutality and murders of Black folks in Portland. And this film came out in 2016, I believe, and is still, of course, very relevant to today. And again, you'll see this location. We go back to the Burnside Bridge very often with the mobile projection unit. And this was also the first time that we used an FM transmitter to project the sound. It seemed to be a good way to keep people socially distanced instead of crowding around one speaker. So this next example is of our first drive-in that we had as the mobile projection unit. And it was curated by Ariella Tai, who is a great curator in Portland, and they put together a lineup of all Black experimental filmmakers. And this was really beautiful. It was kind of at the heart of the BLM protests that were happening at the time. And it was a really nice moment to kind of center and just really celebrate, especially the Black artists and their work. And so this was definitely, it was a really beautiful moment, and it also brought a lot of new things for us to think about as we're creating these works and creating a safe environment for folks. And I think that's important to talk about in terms of bringing people together right now. It's not only about keeping people safe during COVID, but it's about creating a safe container for people to be in when you're inviting them out into a space. And so me as a white woman inviting a bunch of BIPOC artists and audience members, I want to be really intentional about the space that I'm creating and planning as much in advance for a safe and enjoyable experience. And so, not only are we thinking about everyone wear a mask, everyone social distance, but also, what is our de-escalation team? What does our security team look like? How are we going to address, Nazis or police that come and might fucking break up this event? And so, anyways, just things to consider and new barriers that we had to come across as well. But I think for the most part, this was a very successful event. We didn't have any Nazis, like fuck them, they didn't come. And no police showed up, fuck them. And we were able to get away with it. Not even like the neighbors had a problem with it. I think part of it had to do with the sound being transmitted through everyone's radio in their cars, and everyone was safe in their little car pod. And it was really great to see all the work shown there. Yeah, it was fun. So the screenings got even bigger with Snack Block, and in order to keep our social distancing safe protocol, we decided to move to another location in order to have more field area and just to accommodate more people. And so you'll see here's just other examples of that. And then again, this was one last projection that we had in October. It's November now. That was all BIPOC, either musicians or directors too. And this was a really beautiful moment, and now it's hard because Portland is so cold and rainy that it's really difficult to do these same kinds of events anymore without having everyone bundled up in all their rain gear and fur and whatever. And so we're trying to figure out different ways of, we're trying to figure out different locations and ways to still continue this while being safe during COVID too. And then as a working artist, someone who relies on most of my income for events, it's been really difficult to find work during COVID because no one can gather. But we've really lucked out in that a lot of institutions have reached out to us because our events are so COVID safe and our work is so COVID safe. And so it's been really a blessing to be able to work with different institutions in the past couple months to put on these types of events and make some money. And so this is one iteration of that. It's this was at the Portland Art Museum, and during their Venice VR installation. So it was all of these different virtual reality pieces that they had gathered through the Venice Biennale and had a bunch of different sister sites around the world. And they wanted to have some immersive work, and so this was kind of us going deeper into more of the actual mapping itself with art too. So I'll show you a little clip of this.
I'd say just do the same thing with this, let it go for a while.
If I switch lenses, I can maybe get more of it in if I don't have it all.
pretty cool. So in September, we were asked by the Portland Institute for Contemporary Art to be a part of their time-based art festival to do outdoor projections, and Nanda and I took this opportunity to just go really big because we're like, when the fuck are we gonna make art again? If we're gonna do it, like, let's fucking knock it out of the park. So we had 3 installations along the Esplanade, the Willamette River, one at the Burnside Bridge, you know, we love it, and then at the Morrison Bridge and the Markham Bridge. So it's about a mile walk in between all these 3 sites. And it seemed pretty COVID safe. Everyone was very outside. Everyone was wearing masks. There were maybe 100 people throughout the night walking around. Pretty chill. No one got COVID. And yeah, so I'll just show you a few of these videos. This, again, the work that we created for this is all about digital spells. This was also another catastrophe that happened recently, was the Oregon fires, which were very devastating and displaced, you know, thousands of people, and was terrifying. And so we created this piece that was about healing through water, and setting intentions for just a cleansing of both these horrific fires that had happened, this horrific year that has happened, and trying to get us to a place that we can just heal and grow from these situations. So I'll show you a short clip from this as well. And the 2 performers who were playing live that night were Yara Valley and Crystal Cortez. And they're great collaborators of mine. I've worked with them several times in many of these next projects, which are Pink Noise. Pink Noise is near and dear to my heart. It is probably one of my favorite projects to work on, just because it's pure joy and pure noise and pure wild. It started back in, what was that, 2017, just out of my living room, well, I guess the whole house. We took over the whole house, and God, where do we start with this? So obviously inspired by the book Pink Noises by Tara Rogers, and inspired by literally just pink noise, and by a lot of the chaos and pure hell energy from the 2016 election. A lot of my friends and I decided that we wanted to get together and just have pure femme, like brutal chaos energy, in a way to just kind of like fucking establish our own utopia inside of this hellhole. So we got together and just decided that we would think about magic, we'd think about chaos, and we'd think about creating a new abstracted experimental utopian future. and just like fuck shit up, have a great time. So this first iteration of Pink Noise was actually like a long processional spell that we like started in one location of the house and then moved around to different rooms and different performances throughout the night, and each kind of performance was set as like a different priestess or goddess casting their spell for the whole group there. So these are just different images from the first night. Darcy Neal performed in our backyard. This was like a little video altar that I had put up in the living room in the front. Part of Pink Noise is that it's definitely about making people uncomfortable in ways that are good and ways that like are normal, like shouldn't be uncomfortable, but usually at the beginning of each Pink Noise party there's some type of threshold that you have to pass through, and so for this first one you had to pass through a pussy, which was exciting, especially putting this up on Saturday morning while a bunch of tourists were going to brunch around my house. So we just waved hi to them. Yeah, Barbie heads, you know the deal. The next year I guess it was probably that next fall, I moved, and so we had it in my new house, and this time we definitely like expanded the amount of both physical installations and electronic musicians, and so I think, it was like a set of maybe like, I want to say at least 10 performers throughout the night. We were getting there, but it wasn't like crazy. I mean, that sounds like a lot of people, but there's more. So this picture, that's Alexis Rittenhouse, who is one of my like main homies, great installation artist, sculpture artist. And then Winnie Black is playing here next to a TV altar that we'd built in the space. Jamondre Harris, Crystal Cortez, again, someone who I work with very frequently. Mike Gamble, Darcy Neal again with Aaron Cooper. And as you can see, everything is very pink, and that's part of the installation too. We would, so Pink Noise is like, how to describe it? It's like an art happening that is very pink. And it can be overwhelming just because there's so much going on. There's a lot of, there's just a lot. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of music, so each set is usually about 20 minutes long, 10-minute break, keep it going throughout the night. And then there's also just installations everywhere throughout the house or venue as we grow too. And you know, that's significant of its name, Pink Noise, and it's just, again, this idea of just kind of like overwhelming like femme energy to just, you know, fucking freak people out. I don't know, I guess we're all just a bunch of freaks. It's really fun. So Pink Noise is also, as I was saying earlier, like very rooted in this kind of like occult, magic, mystic, witchy, glitchy witchy bullshit in the best way. That's Devin Fabriello and Clamber performing as well. So as Pink Noise grew out of this kind of like DIY backyard space, we just needed more room all the time. So we ended up having our third Pink Noise, which it was in May of 2019 at the Boathouse, which is kind of a DIY secret venue in Portland. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And it's a really great spot, and our friends really hooked us up with allowing us to have it there. Thank you very much to them. And so we had about 30 installations at the party, and about 15 performers that night, which was crazy. It was a lot, but it was really, really fun. We even had some folks come up from LA. Liz Miller Kovacs, amazing performance artist, was able to come up and join us, and we just had a wild time. These are some images of performances by Shayna Palmer, an installation by Daniel and Matt, and then we have Sage Fisher, Dolphin Midwives, performing, and Helen Wallace made this like really crazy like brain scanner where you would go into this room full of memories, and then the brain scanner would make all these like crazy pops and noises when you would like look at different things, because your brain was like, whoa, what's going on? Yeah, lots of different work. On the left was by Dave Mosier, who's hopefully watching right now. Hey Dave, what's up? And yeah, and then it was just filled everywhere. So it was with in the bathroom, you know, I think we had like 3 or 4 installs just in the bathroom alone. This work is by Alexis Rittenhouse on the right, and then Vern Avola is on the left. Just fucking killing it, going wild, so fun. And then work by Maddie Lofness on the TV. Lots of TVs at Pink Noise. It's always a common installation object, and lots of tinsel. So much tinsel. Take the pot out back. It's Oregon, it's okay. So then, yeah, so as you can see, there's just like a lot going on. And that's what just makes it so fun, because it's almost this like fun house that you can go into where everyone's work is really playing off of each other and just creating like this literal sense of chaos. Of course, there's people that come in and, you know, are all, you know, drinking their goofballs or whatever, and it's really fun for them, and it's fun to watch them watch it. I like to say that I like to make art and experiences for people who wish that they were on drugs or who are on drugs, and so that's fun. Yeah, and there was one incident where, or one, not an incident, but a guy who came to Pink Noise who had never been there before, and I remember he walked around the room, kind of sat down, and just stared into space for a solid 10 minutes, because he just was very overwhelmed by the amount of audio visuals that were happening at the time. And you know, he got up and smoked a cigarette and he was fine afterwards, but it can be a lot. But that's what's really fun about it, is thinking about using art as not only a thing that, you know, you sit and stare at and contemplate and think, interesting, but it is actually part of the whole environment and can have conversations with both the music that's playing at the time, or the other installations that are around it, or the people that are there. I mean, Pink Noise is so much about the people who are there and making it happen. And you might see through some of these pictures, there's a lot of people wearing pink too. That is a requirement if you come to Pink Noise. Again, here's Clamber playing, and then on the right is work by Jaleesa Johnston. And then that was on the left was installation by Alan Page. And so yeah, lots of witchy shit. I had a little corner where I was making potions for people so that they could just like drop in and have a great time. And then again, expanding. You know, we had 45 fucking people at the last Pink Noise, and we're like, we got to keep it going, keep it happening, keep it moving, you know? And so we were able to work with Holocene, which is a venue in Portland, to have it grow even more, and it was so fun. And this time we were able to have a really large fundraiser to buy a lot more kind of ephemera for the room, and more pink lights, always pink lights, so many pink lights. And so this is Moss Wand on the left, opening it up with a big sound bath. Really beautiful work. Check them out. Moss Wand, really great. And then again, a common collaborator, Devin Fabriello, on the right, with our entrance spell, trying to ward off anyone who isn't down to, you know, fuck with it all night. So really fun. And as you can see, there are projections literally on almost every surface throughout the room too, by different works. That's Henry Roberts up there in the right corner, and Nando D'Agostino back on the back wall. Really fun. And then we also had tarot readings that night, as you can see with the sign. Yeah, and it just was really fun. I don't know a better word to describe Pink Noise other than odd and maybe strange to some folks, but it really is about, and I think this kind of like crosses the board of a lot of the work that I do as a curator specifically, is to create spaces for risk takers. Create spaces for risk takers. I think, is that the right word the way I want to say it? Yes. So there's a lot of fucked up stuff with institutions that makes it really hard for artists to do what they want to do in the way that they want to do it. And I worked in many art institutions before I finally decided to become a freelance artist and event producer. And I can tell you that it is really annoying, the work that a lot of people in institutions do, because I mean, there's a lot of reasons, right? Like, people don't get paid enough to put up with a bunch of bullshit, and also there's just a lot of bureaucracy and rules that don't make any sense, but that's the way it is, and that's the way it's got to be. And so I decided, you know what, like, if I want these like freaky things to happen, I'm just gonna like make it happen. And so I'm kind of like this, the way I perform this in my practice is to kind of take the brunt of any institutional bullshit that might come through. And sometimes that's just like not dealing with institutions at all. I mean, as you can see, these last 3 iterations were totally DIY in spaces that, you know, had no rules because they were my house and only my roommates could give me shit. But it is about like taking things out of this institutional context and really just taking control and power of the space that you want to make and the outcome that you want to have. And so in a lot of these instances with both Pink Noise and the mobile projection unit, it's about just creating the space to do what you want, or creating the space to allow others to live out their full creative potential energy. And so this picture at Holocene like really brings up something in myself that it's all about, you know, relationships that you have with people and choosing the right direction of where to host things and who to rely on in terms of those types of relationships to make things happen. And so anyways, even though this was a venue that was traditionally for live music and is a great venue, Holocene's amazing, I would say that there probably are limited amounts of times where there was excessive nudity there, and this was probably one of those times. And so it was great to be able to host that kind of art in a very open and optimistic place, and that not only the people organizing it, but of course the people who were attending were very open and very excited about seeing this type of work too. Yeah, and so here's just more examples. That's Solali, J Money Fur performing. Yeah, and then, you know, again, COVID fucking happens, and so we're like, rock on, Pink Noise, we're gonna do a live stream. We're gonna do a 7-hour live stream, which is probably nothing compared to what's going on this weekend with VidCon, but it was a lot for my little computer to handle at the time. And it was really fun. We had folks do both live performances and pre-recorded performances. And of course it was like a great opportunity for video artists to display their work, not just musicians this time as prominently as before, but yeah, it was great. And we had some like really interesting moments too. I don't know if you can see in one of those pictures, but at the end of Pink Noise we had a sound bath, and so we encouraged everyone to get in their baths and listen to the music together while being on Zoom. And so, you know, when can you do that aside freaking pandemic? So yeah, so again, you know, Dolphin Midwives, we had a Ronin display one of their new interactive video games that they walked us through online. Aesthetic Stalemate, Matt Henderson, and then we had this Zoom room, which was super fun, that we were able to kind of still feel like we were together, because of course Pink Noise is about the community and the folks interacting and dressing up and doing freaky spells together too. So it was really fun. And oh, I also have, to give you kind of like a better sense of things, I'll show you this Pink Noise video too. So that's Pink Noise, and it's really fun, and I really miss, you know, not being able to have it as it once traditionally was, but excited to think about possibilities going forward. I think it's going to be a merging of Mobile Projection Unit and Pink Noise together in Portland, maybe other places. Still figuring it out. But it's coming together, and I guess this is kind of like an open call. If you yourself are a video artist who makes a lot of pink things or works in a witchy spell realm and you want to get involved, please hit me up. I would love to show your work. It's likely that it'll take place in early spring or maybe late spring, depending on weather in Portland. But yeah, hit me up. I'm on Instagram is probably the easiest way to get in touch with me. Just Sarah Turner. There's a lot of Sarah Turners in the world. Find me and let me know that you want to get involved, and I'd love to have you in Pink Noise. I think that's it. It's a lot of information in such time. But thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure talking to you all about these works, and I'd love to connect if you all are interested in getting involved in any way. And thank you again, Ed, so much for inviting me to be here, and happy ViddyCon. See you all.
Awesome. Wow. That was so good. And again, really awesome to see video artists collaboratively working with the community. Man, this delay gets me every time. I'll get it eventually. Like I said, 3 or 4 layers of delay here between remote desktop, incoming stream, outgoing stream. Ugh. Thank you, Sarah, so much for your talk. Again, just one of those talks that I feel is very important for us to have and to host here, to see how people are working with their communities, to see how people are doing outreach, and just absolutely beautiful. And yeah, pink noise, I loved that. I love the magical aspect in creating digital spells. Very cool. So next up we have Amethyst Seer. Benjamin Brahman is a fantastic artist that I met early on in Phoenix when I moved here, and I saw him performing at Crescent Ballroom on the stage, music and video, and just a mind-blowing combination. And I went up to him after the show and I said, "You're making art that I want to be making 5 years from now. You are way ahead of the game." And he was like, "Well, let's just hang out and make music." So we got together and just started making music and video together, and it's been truly an honor for me to know this guy. He's absolutely incredible artist that's just constantly putting out amazing work. So Amethyst Seer, very excited to see this live set, and thank you all for VidCon. Again, day 3 has been fantastic so far. We've got lots more going on. So stay tuned. There's going to be an open jam night going on after the performers, after the agenda is up. So stick around, and we'll have some music and video art collaboration time later on. And again, we got donations.
not get take on muted. Do not get take on muted.
People, don't you know? hell when rain comes. Hmm?
Always hurts like hell when the rain comes.
probably be the closest line.
One of these faders. All right. So next up, we have an absolutely fantastic artist. I'm really, really pumped to bring Beta to you. Let me get the intro up. Another Phoenix artist, Amethyst Seer is a Phoenix artist, and Beta is as well. Beta is the next evolution of musical work by Sam Ann, formerly known as Lana Del Rabies. Beta is a cross-genre dark electronic music project that explores a wider scope of soundscapes and thematic concepts as a solo project. Current work addresses power dynamics between individuals, the physical environment, and the spirit world, ancient mythological allegory, and grief. Needless to say, with that kind of description, oh, are we quiet here? We're too quiet. Oh gosh. What is going on? A little bit better, hopefully. I'll just talk louder. That'll fix it, right? Well, you don't need to listen to me too much longer. Beta and Lana Del Rabies has been some incredibly impactful, emotionally packed work for me, and I'm very honored that they will be performing for VidCon here. Let me pop this up. So thank you everyone for staying tuned in. We've got lots more coming tonight, and
lost your mind. There's no time. The damned, the divine.
Whoa, powerful stuff, beautiful stuff. Really amazing work. Thank you, Stregabita. You can find her on Instagram. Posted it in the chat, Stregabeata. Powerful emotional work from a artist in Phoenix, Arizona. We have had some incredible women at VidCon. Let's just recognize that. Powerful stuff. So I get rid of my echo, but let's just recognize that because there have been some incredible women, and I'm very grateful for all the women that have presented at VidCon. You are wonderful, and so honored that we can all share and celebrate your work. Thank you. So next up, this is a wonderful piece from 2019's VidCon with Sleep of Eons, presenting with Phil Baujou, who many of you know as the creator of the LZX Castles line, as well as some vector instruments, and many of you made the OGA, which is a reverse engineered design that he created for vector art. So some really beautiful art on an old school Vectrix monitor. Beautiful old video game machine from 1978 with an incredibly beautiful screen. So absolutely fantastic. Jake is at the helm now. Phew! So hopefully no more getting yanked off to stage right as I cut myself off all day. 3 layers of delay, what can I say? So thank you so much for watching and appreciating these incredible artists with us. Very grateful for you. Donation links are below if you are interested in contributing to the server costs, the hosting costs, the storage costs. The archive is up, and we will be uploading stuff into it at the end of the show. And thank you for watching. Hello, everybody. Good evening. My goodness, this has been an amazing, incredible day, and we're just getting started. So, I had a question. Are you guys done for the day? Someone was like, are you done? No. No, we are not done. No, we will keep going. This is VidCon, and this is Saturday, which is the big day for VidCon. It's a big day. Got my wine up. Jake's taken over. So, now I am free to rock out. I'm going to play some visuals over an amazing performer who I'm very excited to introduce. I've seen Dahlia Faye at a few different events and been blown away by their just amazing music. So really, really talented, once again, artists that I'm so happy and honored to bring to you. Everyone's been like, telling me thank you so much for producing this event, and I am just honored and truly grateful to be like a conduit for so many incredible artists. There's just so many out there, and I'm so happy that I can, show my appreciation, give people a platform, let people speak, let people express themselves, let people create. It's absolutely incredible. So let's get to the next performance, and I'll get on to the visuals making. I'm sure you've seen some visuals here and there while we're jamming out, but I'm going to be in the backdrop to Dahlia Faye. So Dahlia Faye is an audio video media artist. She produces music and visual art with themes of intense emotions, identity, spirituality, and the queer experience. She spent the 2010s performing and contributing to the LGBT plus rave scene of New York City, USA, while creating an array of music and art of experimental genres. Dahlia currently resides in Los Angeles, USA, where she continues to create and perform. Dahlia, we're so happy to have you with us here. And afterwards, there is going to be an open jam session with an artist to be announced. So stay tuned. And if you are wanting to stream, please hit up Make Jets with a Z on the end, a Z. Make Jets. Hit him up in the Scanlines chat and get yourself queued up to stream tonight. If you are ready to stream, we would love to have you. Jump on in. Get wild. We love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool.
That's like,
I like that. What is that, an ultrasound? It kind of looks... Okay. What is that? Is that like an ultrasound or something?
No, it's I think it's a cartoon robot from Jurassic Park.
Nice.
It's clearly on VHS because it's tracking. So.
like,
Yeah.
I love that you actually love the track.
Yeah, it looks cool.
That might be a way for me, like, not just like that.
Which is cheating. Can't get a max patch printed on a TV.
Ken's art is incredible.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool.
That's like,
I like that. What is that, an ultrasound? It kind of looks... Okay. What is that? Is that like an ultrasound or something?
No, it's I think it's a cartoon robot from Jurassic Park.
Nice.
It's clearly on VHS because it's tracking. So.
like,
Yeah.
I love that you actually love the track.
Yeah, it looks cool.
That might be a way for me, like, not just like that.
Which is cheating. Can't get a max patch printed on a TV.
Ken's art is incredible.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool.
That's like,
I like that. What is that, an ultrasound? It kind of looks... Okay. What is that? Is that like an ultrasound or something?
No, it's I think it's a cartoon robot from Jurassic Park.
Nice.
It's clearly on VHS because it's tracking. So.
like,
Yeah.
I love that you actually love the track.
Yeah, it looks cool.
That might be a way for me, like, not just like that.
Which is cheating. Can't get a max patch printed on a TV.
Ken's art is incredible.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool.
That's like,
I like that. What is that, an ultrasound? It kind of looks... Okay. What is that? Is that like an ultrasound or something?
No, it's I think it's a cartoon robot from Jurassic Park.
Nice.
It's clearly on VHS because it's tracking. So.
like,
Yeah.
I love that you actually love the track.
Yeah, it looks cool.
That might be a way for me, like, not just like that.
Which is cheating. Can't get a max patch printed on a TV.
Ken's art is incredible.
Yeah? Oh, that's cool.
That's like,
I like that. What is that, an ultrasound? It kind of looks. Okay. What is that? Is that like an ultrasound or something?
No, it's I think it's a cartoon robot from a weird Isaac Asimov.
Nice.
It's clearly on VHS because it's tracking.
like,
Yeah.
I love that you actually love the tracking.
Yeah, it looks cool.
That might be a way for me, like, not just like that.
Which is
That was
cheating.
awesome. Like I was saying in the chat, crunchy beats, atmospheric treats. Love it. Oh my goodness. Turn off this stream. I'm getting the echo. You know how many tabs I have open? I have a lot of tabs open right now. I can't even find this. Oh wait, here we go. Whew. All right, it's off. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for sticking Thanks for sticking with us. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day. We've had a lot of beautiful things happen. A lot of incredible people. Incredible, lovely, beautiful, talented, intelligent, complex people. Amazing people. I am so very grateful once again for everyone that has contributed and everyone that is watching. Thank you so much. Now, we're still not done. The night must go on. It's 8 p.m. Arizona time, and tonight's a night where we get weird. We're getting weird tonight. Tonight we're going as late as the video content comes to us. I've been getting some delightful treats throughout the day. Recordings, audio recordings straight from Berlin. We've got wonderful artist duo that is in the chat. The Knob Fondlers. Bet you didn't know they were coming in. The Knob Fondlers. Let's give a shout out to our man Jake. Holy shit, Jake. Cue yourself in there. I see your overlay. I see your overlay in the remote desktop. Come on, cue yourself in. Here, I'll move over. Come on in. I don't know if you can get... There you go. Thumbs up. Thumbs up from Jake. This is Jake, the incredible technical wizard that helped us put this whole insane streaming infrastructure together. The man who kept my sanity in check. I mean, kept my sanity strong. Kept my sanity strong? Kept it in check? I don't know. He did amazing things, and I'm very grateful to have his gratefulness. I'm pouring one for Jake. Let's get a thank you, Jake, in chat. And the Reflector servers, the vMix, the knowledge, so much knowledge has been had. So cheers. I see you giving it cheers. This is going to be a 10-second delay, so I'm just going to hold it here until we cheers. There we go. Cheers. Got it. See, I got the delay after you got here. The whole day I was cutting myself off. Now I get the delay. Awesome. So this is open time. This is when you come up and contribute. We're looking for you to jump in, to do your video art. This is what we're here for. I want all the video artists to the dance floor. Like Video Punk Mike was saying on Friday night. All the video artists get to the dance floor. You don't know how to stream. Hit us up. I will send you instructions. I will tell you how to do these things. But we want you to contribute. We want you to jump in. Let's see how many streams Jake can handle. I'm into it. Let's hear some amazing audio from the Knob Fondlers, which consists of Eli Smith and Carly over in Los Angeles. Eli Smith, of course, runs Mystic Circuits, which makes some incredible modules, both audio and visual. If you remember, we saw Cinema AV rocking out on the Ruins multi-oscillator. That is Eli Smith. We're going to hear him make some music. You know, Eli, you must buy what I'm selling. I'm selling your module, so you have to buy it because it's your module. So, buy it, Eli. Buy your own module. Buy the module. We've got some talent, but I want more talent up front. I want people who haven't been streaming. The lurkers in the chat. I see you. Maybe you're from Philadelphia, calling out specifically any visual artists that might be from Philadelphia. I want you up here. If you're listening, I'm on to you. So, I'll probably come back and harangue for more visual artists later. Hit up your friends. Tell them you want them to be up here. We want everyone in here, and we're going to have some fun. So thank you. And we got another amazing thing going on tomorrow. But I won't talk about that now, because now is time to get down and boogie. Thank you so much. Jake, take it away. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi there. Late night crew. How are we feeling out there? What was that? That was awesome. That was really wild mixing. We had lasers, circuit bent Sega Genesis, freshly bent today. We had Sonic on Sonic on Sonic. We had Charles Dickens in the chat. Shout out. Lord Jewel. Shout out. Lord Zool. I was on the modular back there and the Octatrack and a few synthesizers messing about. Pedals, wildness. That was all me getting weird. Totally improvised. I had no idea I was going to go on tonight, and I wasn't ready. Nothing was synced, and sometimes it's wonderful to just say, fuck it, let's do it. F-I-L-D-I. Fuck it, let's do it. So that's what happened, and thank you so much for listening in and being present for that amazing show. We had a we had a monumental, let's use that word, monumental day of artists. Wow. And there's one day left of programming. But for the late night crew, for those hanging in there, for those who've been hanging in there during the pandemic and the Black Lives Matter marches that have rised against social injustice in this world, the difficulties we have faced in this time of 2020, there's been angst, there's been stress, there's been frustration and rage, and it's definitely been overdue. The world's continued on at its own pace for quite a long time, and something had to shake it up so we could get beautiful things done, like we have done here today. Beautiful things. So, with that being said, we have a special treat for the late night crew. Last year at VidCon 2019, we had a special treat, which was a long-form visual symphony, let's just call it that, visual performance by Chris LeBlanc. And we played it by a pool, sitting there late at night with speakers low, so we didn't get the cops called on our Platinum Experience Airbnb. But we watched this beautiful long-form piece with it reflecting on the water, and beautiful kraut rock in the background, and it was just a really wonderful experience. And Chris LeBlanc has got another piece here, and it's a darker piece, given the nature of what's happened out there. You know, it makes sense. We get some apocalyptic vibes, that we get some of that intensity and emotion. As an artist, he is in Minneapolis, just a little ways away from George Floyd Square, and there's a lot going on there right now, still right now. So, you know, we're with you. Solidarity. We're with all those who fight against injustice in this world, in North America, in all the countries in this world. There's so much going on, and as people, we got to bring it together and really stand up for each other and express ourselves. Okay, whoa. I'm getting a little deep here. It's a little late night. I've just got so many feels from this amazing day of programming. So we have some apocalyptic art. Chris LeBlanc has a piece called "For All the Decays." For all that decays is not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.